Sure can.
Next dynamics. Get to your side. Roll back.
Oh.
Get up there. Stay on the sides, it's probably the best so that you can bait the laser one way or the other. There it is. Don't be in front of that.
Reprisal.
Ugh.
Oh fuck. Oh wait, no, that was right. Blech.
Alright, we're about to get our second set of cracks. Everybody get to your cardinal.
Box.
Inner cardinals are the long. This is the one where you gotta be on the edge of your crack and walk it in.
Look at that. Look at us.
Wait for it. Now get behind him.
He still went off. You've got to be kidding me. Oh wait, that's resets. Never mind.
Now we have no need for the wall.
Yeah. When to think the fire weapon was gonna be a trial. I mean, we thought it was gonna be a trial, but nope. That was pretty cool though, but
Oh, this
Sapphire weapon.
Sapphire, yeah.
AKA
Gundam.
Final Fantasy does Gundam.
Mm-hmm.
pretty much. Granted, it was pretty fun actually, but. Also, you fight this chick, right? In Calls of Bahamut or whatever?
Yes, her name is Nail Van Darnus.
And there's a very amusing little bit of trivia about that. The character in Final... You never saw what the character looked like in Final Fantasy...
1.0.
In Final Fantasy XIV, the first, when they first released it, you never saw what the character looked like. And they accidentally... Basically, they thought the character was male.
Alright, heads up.
Reveal.
Negative Persona is about to put a debuff on you. You need to run to the ad of the opposite color. So oranges run to the blue, blues run to the oranges. And then run your ad over towards the D there, Aloe. Not on it, but next to it.
Right.
Okay, if you see Chariot run out, you see the other one stick in.
That samurai just
needs to train the
needed.
ghost. Karsh, you got the tether. Get on the other side of the Raven's image. You got to train this ghost through.
Oh, alright.
Oh, somebody walked through it. It wasn't your fault. Somebody else ran into it. This is the tank buster.
Because I had to take it past the Raven's image, right? Okay,
Yeah, somebody on the other side touched your ghost.
Okay, because it was all the way across. Is that how it's always going to be?
Yes.
Okay.
They come across from the other side.
Okay, I just didn't know whether or not I needed to run it to the other one, even though I
No.
was.
No, you're in the right place. You did exactly what you were supposed
Oh,
to do.
give me a second, give me a second, give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Let's go.
Okay.
You can probably bring that down to like 10. You don't have an Astro or anything.
Yeah. I don't have a pre-pull anymore. I kind of just ruined.
The The good news is, Aloe, you can literally walk right up to this one before the fight starts.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually gonna save my release for this part. Ad of the opposite color. So in this case, Aloe, you'll drag your ad right next to the B.
Right.
Okay, so Dynamo's in, Chariot's out. Okay, tethers should be on the other sides of the... Nobody touches these ghosts as they wander through. They need to touch the bosses. Tank busters are both tanks.
Tank busters. 5 hits.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Ours
Oh
is
my
gone.
god, the gear is ridiculous. The gear, like,
Yeah, wow.
dude, we killed that before the switch.
Yeah, we didn't even see a
Jesus.
second Dynamo or Chariot.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, wow,
And
the
the
gear
Echo, the
difference.
10% Echo.
And the echo, like, Jesus.
Look away, look away, look away. We're about to get boomed. Save your stuff, though. Well, not your reprisal. I'll put up reprisal. But,
Is it clock positions first, or is it...
after
Okay.
this, we roll the clock positions. Remember, everybody except the number 8, which will have 8 rocks, is going to drop theirs all the way back. The person with the 8 rocks drops theirs right on the outside the hitbox. So count the rocks over your head,
2.
all the way back.
Oh, it's my toe. Oh, on the hitbox, dude.
No, yeah, it's Mato. That might be too far back. I'm gonna thrill a battle, shake it off. Knock back resist, knock back resist. Now hide behind the rock at B.
And then run away from the rock.
Yeah, now run away. Okay, so
Alright.
Aloe, you roll south.
Yep.
Find the set of arrows in the south.
Got it.
Follow those.
Should I invul?
Three.
I could, right?
Pop them all. Pop everything you got. And step in. Now the DPS should be killing these. And the healers should be healing us. I'm out.
Should.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have a Phoenix, so that's the best heals as you guys are getting.
We're good.
Oh, we're already at.
Yeah, we're about to be-
it's over.
Dude, Echo and Gear is so ridiculous. Dude, this brings me back when I first started this game. I sucked humongous PP, and like, this fight was like the bane of my existence. Jesus, this fight with Echo and Gear is a joke. Oh my god.
It's a lot easier with gear.
It's a
Yep.
joke, it's not a lot easier. What the heck? That was... What?
You
Oh
should
my
be
god.
relaxed and everybody knows what they're doing, and they just... Dude, the last
Just
night... I
kill
think
it
it was last night,
instantly?
Bookie and I were running Ruby. And we were just...
Oh my
I'm-
god.
The first group we were in,
Hey,
flat erasing this thing.
I'm going as Black. But why you...
Oh.
Why you leave, dude? Stop
Oh.
Whatever.
That and Kariel, the samurai, kept dying anyway.
Oh. Gonna find more DPS. Oh yeah. I'm gonna go with my Black Mage. I'm just so curious.
Slide cast your little heart out in phase 1.
Yeah. Jesus, like it died so fast. When we didn't get to the sec. Oh my
Wanna
god.
go?
Oh, she's suffering horribly. I mean, not suffering, but she's doing horribly.
Now the group I'm in is
Abby.
actually really good right now, so
Gotta milk it dry.
Part of me almost wants to try doing this on Dancer, but I'm not going to, not tonight.
Nah,
Do it
really.
on something you're comfortable with until the fight's a joke.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not doing it tonight.
I like flabbergasted.
I was about to say, the one I wouldn't mind doing on Dancer right now, just to get more familiar with it, and now that I've got a little bit better gear, is Titania EX. I'll do that one.
Oh, I was gonna say Memoria. But
Still probably little.
I've never
God, I love
Memoria.
Memoria.
I haven't played Memoria yet.
Memoria is.
Go ahead and
God,
play
I
back
love
in.
it.
Boogie's in Overwatch. He's not hit me back up.
Oh no, yeah, we're already in.
Okay.
I believe so. Let me see. Yes.
I don't care, sweetheart.
No
You do.
rotate, clock me. I'm probably scaring all the DP ultimately. Like, no, my uptime.
I don't know.
Dude, it doesn't matter anymore.
I mean,
It
I have
really
leftovers
doesn't.
in the fridge.
Hey, we got a summoner.
I'll probably eat them as a
Got
snack
all the
tomorrow, to be
flavors of
honest.
caster.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, we
what
do
to
actually, yeah.
Hi, Punkum.
Anything particularly strike your fancy?
We're doing okay. We got 2 clears of Eden Savage. 7 Savage.
I got my shooters.
All range.
Oh, everybody's ranged.
Perfect. So no
Oh.
rotates, even better. Ha.
Let's go.
Ow.
Hello, Jess.
Oh, it's just hey, Jess.
Mallow.
Hey, hey.
The durability of one of your pieces is garbage.
Well, I was whispering him, but
Oh, Zuzu.
playing Overwatch.
So me. Why am I always broken? Like, Christ.
So you don't have
not
self-repair, which is best repair yet?
Why you hurt me like this?
Yeah, how do I do that?
You have to level
Yeah,
up your
you're an 80.
crafters.
Yeah, all my crafters are 80.
Yeah.
Buy
Yeah.
grade 7 dark matter, and then you can repair your own gear. You can buy
Is
it
it
from...
actually cheaper than... Is it any cheaper or is it just more convenient?
It's significantly cheaper because when you self-repair your gear, it gets bonus durability. So,
Oh.
yeah, like my
whoa.
gear has, like, some of my pieces have like 140% durability.
Jesus
Whoa.
Christ.
We're gonna need to drop a marker again.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So what was it, grade
Ah.
7?
Yeah, it should be grade 7 dark matter or whatever.
Can I get that off the market board or NPC?
You can get it from NPC shops, Grand Company, Seals, and the market board actually
Ooh.
might sell it hella cheap too.
Okay. Cool, thanks.
Pretty sure it's grade 7. Yeah, grade 7 dark matter.
Good to know.
Ready. I'm so ready.
I'm more ready.
Are you
Chili's
Aloe
or
too? Is
Applebee's? Let's
I'm a
see, do I
two.
want Texas cheese fries or do I want artichoke dip?
Yeah, Aloe's rolling right and I'm rolling left.
It's gonna have to wait until after this fight. I can tell you that much right now. I don't care. I'm good with either. So whichever sounds better to you.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not popping potions, but I do have food running all the time.
Same.
What do I want? Chili's besides Texas cheese fries.
I like this mechanic.
Cool. Oh, Adriana's baiting in the safe spot. Oh, thank God I didn't choose her. Oh my God, never mind. Gee, that was not the safe spot. I got baited.
Yeah, Male 2 is baiting the lasers into the fucking safe zone.
Yeah, I'm dead. Oh my God, dude, I got that
half
perfectly the
step
first
short.
time. Yeah, dude, I got the first one perfectly every single time, and now I'm just not. What the heck? That's tilting. Oh well.
Broke then.
Come on out.
I'm sure
Come on
down.
out. Give me out. Out, out, out.
I'm
Out,
so
out.
glad
That's
for
an
tank
in. Son of a
privilege.
bitch.
I'm just rolling all the way the fuck away from that male 2 guy next time. Liquefaction, so roll all the way to the end of your crack.
Bro, I have not played my red mage in like 11
I'm
days.
dead.
I feel so
I'm dead.
fucking. Actually, I guess that's not true. Let me rephrase.
Walk it
I
in.
have not played my red mage like in
And walk
hard
it in.
content in like 11 days. Because Shiva Unreal is whatever. I guess I did Shiva normal.
Yeah, no,
Or not Shiva normal, but
for some reason, on
8,
liquefaction, I thought you
E8
were
not that
out.
long ago.
I was too
I
far.
don't know, it feels like it's been
Step
forever
behind
since
him.
I played my red mage for some reason. I feel really rusty and I don't know why.
I got it.
I'll give directions from
Probably
wherever
because
he
we only did
flies.
like the one Shiva clear. Lol. To figure out what the fuck is
So-
going on.
He's up north. You need to roll back and to the right.
Okay, let's see. Question is, can I slide past this? No, I cannot. I fucked up.
Face the boss. We need to roll to the right. As soon as he passes us, pop sprint and run to the sea.
Suzu, no.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's you kind of need sprint up to be able to make it.
Yeah. Oh,
Welcome back.
I didn't. Hi.
I'm Vogue in.
Shark
That
that.
was PvP.
That's nice. Wild. I got a kill this time though.
Nice.
Just one. But last time I got 0, so that's something.
Oh yeah.
It's always good to have an improvement.
This crystal place is so confusing.
Oh, keep rolling, Zuzu. I need this front. Okay.
Oh, are you in
good here.
Shadowbringers now?
Oh. Gosh, I can't get that.
It's okay. I damn near killed everybody, so I chilled out. Get behind him.
I'm casting this.
Yeah, I had like no room to run to the safe spot that I'm supposed to be standing in. I got it.
Cool.
At least we haven't had any deaths yet.
Why does my... I've died a couple of times, actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay, these are crack 2.
Ooh, I'm so far away from my spot. Ooh.
Roll back, Aloe.
Oh! Damn it.
I'm also gonna head to bed. See you
Under
later.
my-
Later, guys.
Later, yo.
Later.
Doodles.
Alright, make
Now
sure
that
that
we
you're on the
have
side and you have
Add
somewhere to go.
interlude here.
Oh, shit.
What do I want? What do I want, Purple Kitty? Fajitas I had last
I
time
was
were really
fine.
good, but so
Get
is
behind
that
him.
Cajun chicken pasta.
Got it.
Oh, sorry, I must have hit mine.
Uh,
I wasn't even trying. I think I hit out on my way over to
Gross.
click
Doing
equilibrium.
summoner first. Gross.
Alright, this is the one where you want to be out, and I usually recommend being up in the north.
Summoner with ice. Ice, ice.
Okay. Roll to the side. As soon as he goes, you need to step in where he was, all the way to the middle. Now run to the center. Face him. Roll to the left.
Please, God, don't let me get clipped. No, mami. No, Ana María. No he terminado. No sé, dame terminar aquí. Tío.
Once we know the fight, once I know the mechanics, I can do the mechanics. I don't want to know what my parse is, though.
Hmm. Hey, if you can
Oh
do the
man,
mechanics without dying, that's all that matters.
it's true.
Parses
yeah.
can come later.
I'm just sad. I'm just so sad that I did the mechanics perfectly the first time. I touched this. I touched Bugman. She's like, nah, you're not standing there. Shut up. This isn't the Gimlet Dark, right? Like, this whole fight happens in Gimlet Dark, right?
It's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Ooh.
Come on. Yes. So yes, yeah.
It is handling. It is happening in Gimlet.
Oh, I remember when I was doing some black mage. Oh my
Okay,
god.
watch your
those-
debuff. Make sure you're on the opposite colored ad. And Aloe, you'll be rolling yours over right next to the C marker. Okay, Dynamo is in, Chariot is out. Make sure
got
that
it.
the tethers roll through the boss.
Yeah.
Means you, Zuzu.
Yeah, I'm casting.
Okay. Tank busters are both tanks. Okay, we're about to have the DPS switch. Tanks are gonna stay where we are. Never mind.
I got it. I was like, I'm popping the Xenoglossy. You're gonna die. Not switching. God, Xenoglossy hit so hard. If only it was a crit black mage. Oh well.
And look away.
Hawks.
Boom.
Oh, boom first. Big boom.
Alright, get to your cardinal positions, get ready for meteors. If you have anything other than Meteor 8, you will take it all the way to your marker, all the way to the wall. Only the 8 stays just outside the hitbox.
I don't know what I want.
Oh, it's mine.
I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna get Fiesta.
Get ready with your knockback resist. Hit it. Knockback resist.
I think I'm
Run
gonna
over
be
to
a
the
fatty
A.
and get a full thing of whatchamacallit.
Oh, what
Texas
the?
cheese fries.
It's on
Is there
cooldown. Ah.
Yum 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 yum.
Don't be near the rock.
No jalapenos.
Me too.
I
Oh
was
shit.
dead.
Aloe,
So
when you get
we
up,
might
you need to run down to
South,
the
yep,
Alright, my order's in
South
pop
arrow.
your hollowed, whatever.
Oh, this is. Oh.
You stay there.
I got it just in case. I know I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
you cannot. No, it'll
That's why.
kill you and then explode on us.
There. He wasn't there, so I did what I could.
Nah, it's all good. Not much we can do there.
Yeah, we might as well wall it.
Yeah, if that, yeah. It's okay, you're fine, Adriana.
Yeah, if your knockback resist is on cooldown or something, just make sure you get punted over behind the rock, because the punt will go off before the explosion does.
Oh yeah.
Oh no,
That's,
I mean I pressed it. Like I was like, it's on cooldown, as in I pressed it. It should have protected me, but it didn't.
Oh, you
Oh,
probably
yeah.
pressed it too late.
Yeah.
Why are you meowing at me?
Alright.
Why are you chirping?
Yeah, this
Little
might be my
chirpy?
last two.
It feels like such a jip when it does that too. When you're like, it's on cooldown, but I didn't get the effect.
Yeah.
Feels
Feels like I paid
bad.
for something I didn't get. Feels bad, man.
It really does.
Very.
Person's name is Strawberry Tiramisu. That sounds delicious.
Okay, watch your debuffs. Roll to your ad. Okay, Dynamo is in, Chariot is out.
I should have gone pee while we were waiting. Son of a bitch.
I got it again, dude. My mage, get out.
Watch these ghosts crossing the middle. Tank busters on both tanks.
Echo.
Got
Oh
me.
my. What?
Look away.
Oh.
Please don't
Greedy.
rescue Hollow. Oh, please don't rescue Hollow. Oh, there we go.
It was late, but
Oh, you didn't die. If it would have been
I
late, you'd be dead.
oh no, I didn't walk. It ran out, and then he rescued me.
Yeah, he got a fortunate run.
Yeah, I got lucky.
Oh,
Alright,
okay.
everybody to your cardinal direction.
Oh, yeah.
My ley lines.
Roll the rocks out.
Shut up. No, give them back.
Oh, 7
monster.
Number 8 is the A again. It's north. It's mine.
And before next expansion, our ley lines covers like the entire ground,
I got a reprisal up.
Yes, please.
and you can cast freely, like
knock back,
insta
knock
cast,
back, knock back. We're going north.
Oh,
or cast
God.
while moving. That would be amazing, actually.
That would be a little bit too good, I
Get away
think.
from the rock.
It would be broken
Get
as
away
fuck.
from the rock. Okay, Aloe, roll to the south.
Yep.
Pop all your cooldowns now, and step in. Are these DPS breaking us out?
Yeah, this one is a little slow. I
I'm
might
the-
die. Oh, there's the Benny. Cool.
Room boom. I got shake it off for everybody.
Cool.
Haven't seen this mechanic in a while. I guess we'll continue to
See
not
it.
see this mechanic for a while.
Anyways, yeah, that's probably gonna be my last run too. I was just doing something, fun at the end. See, mommy, see. So yeah, I'll probably head or two. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.
It's
Later,
so
yeah.
early for you,
I'm
though.
off to...
Yeah,
It's been
Yeah, I'm tired today. I had my lab class, and that's like a 5-hour lab class.
Oh,
so
that's
it's
no
a
fun.
little bit rough. Yeah. I'll definitely head to bed early. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. So I'll probably go have a bite and then, then sleep. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Night, night.
Night,
Yeah, same.
night.
Good night, guys.
later. Yeah.
Here. Well, I might have a 4-week job starting sometime next week.
Nice.
Good. Okay, I got an even choir headpiece, so that's a dragon face.
Yo, alright, got fucking obliterated. Jesus.
Oh, it looks like the train hasn't started yet. Or if it has, it just started.
Yeah, they just announced it.
Are they just organizing now?
They're going now.
Shit, why not? So they're in Lakeland 1 still?
Uh-huh. Fucking summoner. God damn it. I hate when this one's the first one. Fire. This group is actually really good and knows how to handle it though, so I guess I shouldn't say anything. Or at least my partner is good. Lol. Ow! Ow, cat! That's rude! Hey, can you stop sticking your claws on my back? That'd be great. Stinky.
Okay, so it looks like I only missed one.
Yeah, they literally just started as I got there.
Mm-hmm. Fire or shaker in the stack. These healers are really good. Earth. Earth, purple kitty, Earth. Meow. right now. Now, just because I gave you 2 seconds of attention doesn't mean you can come hog my keyboard, little miss. Go lay down. Are they gonna blow my party up? Those sons of bitches, they are. Alright, well, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick.
What the hell? Do I have to teleport my group all the time? What were they waiting for? Alright, Purple Kitty, let's see if we can find another group. Let's see, these are all practice groups. Clear for one, then farm is a trap.
Meow meow. Goodbye, kitten. Ah. What? Are they delisted already? What's the oh my be me? Hmm.
656. Right, yeah.
Got a box of exquisite buttons. What do exquisite buttons do? Doesn't it just like float? There we go.
Got it. I was like running off the thing. I think Koopa might be trying to grab the other one already to bring it. Nah, it's not going to get here in time. Come on, bro. Oh, no, bro. No. Alright.
What is it? Farm, DPS, powers, ninja uptime, HTMR. Okay.
Alright, we got. Oh. What?
Oh boy, food's on the way. Hey, Steve. Excuse me. my partner Nak? Oh, the black mage. It's gonna be odd. I don't usually go to this corner up here. Yo, Bahamut is so big when you have large, like, large up. Oh, that's funny. Big Bahamut is best Bahamut. LOL, LOL. Come on, out. Give me out. Give me out, out, out. Boo. One, two. Boop. What a little bitch. Oh, hey, that black mage is dead. LOL. Shouldn't be mean. That's the party leader. Oh, whatever. Purple kitty. Come here.
Damn, just a bit shy of $3 grand.
I'm halfway, but I just bought something not that long ago, so makes sense.
Man, that means if I would have gotten that first hunt, like if I had been there a little bit earlier, I'd have had $3 grand.
That sucks. Don't you get nuts for? You can probably get a couple of B ranks. You can find which B rank for the day is, and go kill it. That should get you about 40. No, it won't get you 4. How many does that get you?
I'm not sure. Oh, I don't care that much about it. I'm literally one axe. Like if I got my Eden Choir axe, I'd have my best in slot. For warrior. Like I'm right there.
I am gonna call it a night here.
Alright, night Kirsch. Did you need anything, Avi?
I'm just in Sea to Sacrifice farming.
I was gonna
You
say
don't have your wither?
Type it.
Hmm?
See you tomorrow.
You still don't have your quiver?
No, I don't. I stopped like doing like everything in Final Fantasy when Ishgard Restoration came out. So I did like one E8S run with my raid group once it unlocked, like last Thursday, just to figure out why we were having an issue with the part, and then like that was it. I saw
I'm
Boogie got hit the Gwibber.
Got what?
I said I saw Boogie got the Gwibber.
He literally got it while on the last run of the night. We were like, we're pretty much done at this point.
Ah, nice.
So we, as soon as we left, he was there and he was like, yoink! I'm gonna go lay down on the couch for just a second. A little bit. Alright, fine.
1, 2, 3.
Star is like, guys, I want to be a part of this. Hi, Star. You can come over here, Star.
So, yeah, E7S was interesting tonight. Like, we were doing okay-ish. Like, we had to learn the fight first.
Mm-hmm.
We randomed in a couple people, and the people we randomed in weren't very good. But you know, at least we learned a bunch of the fight, and then Alyria and Aloe and Zuzu were supposed to be, I guess, doing an E7S cleanup party afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And it just so happened they had enough room for the rest of us, as long as, you know, and so we went over and, like, we cleared the first time through. I think we botched a couple more because Zuzu was DCing on one, and people were still cleaning stuff up, but we cleared again. And then, that was when Josh wanted to pick up. And the problem is, we lost all of our mitigation. I don't think you can do that fight without really strong mitigation.
No, yeah, if you don't have shields for that fight, the AoEs just hit too hard unless you are, like, literally eye level 500. Your DPS, like, Zuzu's just gonna, like, fall over. Especially casters, because casters are squishy as fuck.
Yeah, that also seems like a pretty cruel fight to black mages. Because there's so much movement during the ad phase, and that's really the major DPS check.
I mean, yes and no, because what a black mage can do is, like, they just need to ethereal for, like, the stacks and stuff, and then they can pretty much just hang out in the middle and, like, slide cast to avoid the AoEs. It's really not that bad.
Wow, whatever was going on, I mean, Zuzu kept dying straight up on his summoner. And I didn't think that should be happening. Like, we were like, what the hell's going on? And it's
Yeah,
like,
when I looked at it, I was like, he's literally dying because he just doesn't have enough HP. Like, I didn't realize that without any mitigation that AoE hit that hard. Because it literally was hitting him for just 500 more HP than what he had.
the sad part was when we had Verandas on a Scholar. We were literally taking damn near nothing. Like it was reducing it by at least half. That's how strong the mitigation was, and like without it, Zuzu was just getting flattened. I thought his gear score was better than that.
If he's been gearing his black mage, then sadly no. Because I think, yeah, because I remember when I started talking to Zuzu, he was just gearing his black mage, so his summoner red mage gear is under.
Like if I go Dark Knight, I just switch over in the same armor I wear for my warrior. I know it's a DPS loss because it's out of, you know, stat, but you know, at the same time, it's enough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, specking as a warrior, basically. Thanks, Bear. Specking as a warrior basically meant that I was I'm kind of
What?
locked into warrior.
Yeah, unfortunately, warrior, like, you can't really share gear sets because of the skill speed difference without, like, you know, mateering everything.
Well, it's all because of the whole crit issue.
Mm-hmm.
Like, warrior is the only one that doesn't benefit fully from crit hits, so
It should be direct hits. They benefit the most from crit.
I thought they benefited the least just because all their like, their major attacks were crits, so all they got was the damage buff, not the percentage increase.
So you have to keep in mind that the way crit works, I'm gonna die. Sorry, hang on. Crit increases your crit damage as well. So the more crit you have, the harder your crits are gonna crit.
Well, I knew that. I just didn't think that the increase in crit damage alone was worth the crit increase, and that's why they had me gemming debt. Yo, whoever it is. Sorry, I'm on the couch. I can't see. Hey, what's up, yo?
You can keep talking.
Yes,
So-
please. And can you give me a soda?
I never really knew if, you know...
So
I
the
didn't-
reason why you go heavy on the debt side right now is because direct hit doesn't affect you, obviously, because all of your shit's going to direct hit crit under your buff window, right? And then you don't have, there's not enough crit at the moment to just go like a really heavy crit build. So the debt and the crit like benefit off of each other, right? Now, like next tier, what'll happen, because there'll be even more crit in the game, you'll see the warrior should switch over to this like omega heavy crit build.
Yeah, I was wondering when that was going to happen, because I did figure there was going to be a point where the damage that you get from crit damage, just because it's guaranteed, was going to overtake determination.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this is because
Dude!
Square never gave us a reason to gem tenacity.
Yeah, tenacity is not... Sorry. My boyfriend's throwing water bottles at me.
Why?
No, he set it down and it tipped over. What was I saying? Yeah, like warrior and black mage is in the same kind of like weird spot where like the first two raid tiers, like you kind of... Oh, sorry. This group that I joined is not so hot. The first two raid tiers, like your stat changes, like it's going to be a little weird just because when they nerf the stats for like each raid tier, like obviously like you need to hit certain breakpoints before like one stat overtakes it. So like crit is actually one of the lower stats early on because you just don't get enough crit, and then like it's, I want to say like you hit like the debt breakpoint first, and then the direct hit breakpoint, and then the crit breakpoint, right? So yes, that should be for my
I thought Black Mage was supposed to go like all in on spell speed.
They do. So like we go heavy spell speed, and then our secondary stat right now is direct hit followed by debt, which, and then like next tier what'll happen is because there's more crit in the game, you'll see us go heavy still on the spell speed side up until a point, because Black Mage can get a little bit goofy where like if you have too much spell speed, then like it's actually not so much of an issue now because of Xenoglossy and all that jazz, but like there was an issue where like you would cast so quickly and your DCD would be so fast that like you would be sitting there for fucking forever waiting for a goddamn mana tick when you switched it back to ice, right? It's like it's not a problem now, but like so like next year what you'll see is you'll see black mages, they won't necessarily drop the direct hit, but they'll drop the determination. And then you'll have high spell speed up to a breakpoint, and then you should see, hopefully, like a 4,000 crit black mage, which would be fucking phenomenal. if not higher, actually. Probably higher than that. We should probably be hitting, let's see, I have 4,000 crit right now on my red mage. So probably, let's see, next raid's here. Once all the savage stuff is implemented, probably going to be getting close to that 5k crit mark, which will be super hot.
I'm kind of looking forward to being best in slot. It's been a while since I've been best in slot. Like, I run stuff now and then, but it's been a while since I've actually, like, cleared an end tier thing and gotten a weapon. And really, at this point, I'm just an Eden Choir weapon away.
Can I have a fork? Did they
So I
give us
just have to
forks?
set up and clear E8S.
Do I have to... I guess I have one right here.
How bad is E8S?
I mean, it really depends on what strat you do. Specifically for, my brain is not working tonight, I'm so sorry. Specifically for light rampant, depending on which strat you use, because there's like, you have like the Ilya strat, which is like the super safe strat, and then you have like a semi uptime strat, and then you have like the Xeno uptime strat, which is fucking scary as shit. The Ilya strat is the safest because it guarantees that your orb people are going to be off and buttfuck nowhere. So like no one should ever touch an orb, right? Because if an orb gets popped too early, then it wipes the group. And that's just a matter of, can your raid group count to 3? Because sometimes my raid group can't count to 3.
Oh man, we've already... Counting orbs has been a problem since Rama EX. Where you had to count like, alright, this one's the DPS's orb, this one is the tank's orb, this one's the DPS's orb.
Yeah, so what happens in Shiva is when Light Rampant happens, you get either no debuff, stack 1 of the debuff, or stack 2 of the debuff. And what happens is if you reach 4 stacks, and then you take another hit from something, you explode and you wipe your party, right? So each thing that goes on as the mechanic progresses gives you an additional stack. So soaking a tower gives you a stack, taking a cleave gives you a stack, popping your orb gives you a stack. And so what happens is like the fight or the mechanic starts, and you get 4 people that get tethered to an orb randomly, and then you get 4 people that, well, I shouldn't say really randomly. It's always 1 tank and 1 healer, and then 2 of the DPS will get a chain, and then the other half of the party will get an orb. And then like the typical way to do it is the chain people are going to take the first tower, and then just because that's where your chains kind of line up anyway, and then depending on which strat you do, either the orb people are going to take the second tower, or the chain people are going to take the second tower. Now, if the orb people take the second tower, the chain people take the cleave. And then if the chain people take the tower, then the orb people take the cleave. So it's like, it gets a little goofy.
And then they just see who has the most health or something?
No. So like as like this stuff like progresses, you get this debuff, and then it resolves with a 4-person tower stack. And what happens is this 4-person tower stack at the end, the people who have to stand in it are the 4 people who only have 3 stacks of the debuff, because you'll have 4 people that'll have 3 stacks of the debuff and 4 people that have 4 stacks of the debuff, regardless of like which variation of the mechanic you do.
Okay. How hard is it, like, compared to, say, like, 4 Savage?
Hang on, I'm fighting with Tupperware.
It's all good. Tupperware Savage.
Like, literally. Okay. I'm just gonna put my food right here. Okay, sorry. What was the question? How hard is it compared to E4S? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, Titan.
Okay, so Titan has a lot of mechanics, right? But he doesn't necessarily have a lot of mechanics that if you fuck it up, it's literally just gonna one-shot your group, right? Because usually, like, a lot of his mechanics, like, if you fuck it up, you're probably dead. You might kill someone else if it's, like, the orange stack, right? In, like, the second and third phase. But, like, you're never really gonna wipe your group. Now, Shiva, on the other hand, she has a few mechanics where if you fuck it up, you will wipe the group, regardless if you recover or not, which can make it difficult for progging. So, like, Light Rampant is one of them. The ad phase is another. Of course, if too many ads get in, it wipes just like normal. The Akrai, if something happens where, like, someone else got hit by one and then accidentally moved into the other group, you wipe the group because of you get like a colored debuff and you can't be hit like with the opposite colored debuff, so it's a little funky. MM4 will kill you if depending on how you do it, actually, I suppose, because there's like safe ways to do MM4, then there's uptime strats to do MM4. Like, I don't know, it's hard, like, they're so different fights, like, you can't really compare them. I will say Shiva is mechanically more difficult than Titan, for sure.
It's sort of the way it is.
Yeah, and it's just, it's one of those things, like, I joke about how, like, the first raid tier was, like, Baby's first raid tier, because it kind of was. Like, it was a fairly easy raid tier, even with, like, Titan being a little bit on the difficult side. But, like, it was still, like, you know, a lot of people cleared that raid tier, and then, like, you get to fucking rack to pasta, and you're like, well, there goes my fire chain, I guess the entire party is getting tornadoed. Shit like that. Or then you have, like, fucking dancing, is that an out? That is an out. And then you have, like, you know, dancing portals and shit in E7.
Just like... I was just trying to put together the 7 Savage group today so that I could make some progress. And it was like, oh cool, Aloe, Illyria, and Zuzu are here. That'll make things a lot easier, because they've done it before.
Yeah, and obviously, like, people, like, that have done the fight, like, make it a ton more easy. And then especially knowing people that know different strats helps. I think the Party Finder strat for Light Rampant is the Ilya one, which is, like, the uber safe one. Unless you have a greedy tank, like my tank.
What's the DPS check like on 8?
So the DPS check is a little funky, because the DPS check, of course, is going to be your ad phase. And the thing is depending on what side you're on, the ads have a different order. So, it gets a little weird. Like, I'm on right side. So, right side is Earthen and Aqueous first, followed by 2 Lightning, followed by another 2 Lightning and an Aqueous, followed by an Earthen. So, usually what we do on my side is we blow up the Earthen real quick. So usually what happens is my side is Scholar or Astro, depending on what he's in the mood to play for that day. Dark Knight, Monk, and myself on Red Mage. Usually Red Mage. I've only cleared it once on Black Mage because reasons. Because I baby my group actually is the reason.
Yeah,
So...
saying something about that.
Huh?
Remembered you saying something about that. Was
Yeah.
it just because you have a raise or something?
Yeah, so what happens is, like, my group tends to be very greedy. And sometimes the greed is good, sometimes the greed is real bad. So, like, I baby our healers a lot because I let them just heal or keep casting while I res, because usually their swift cast is on cooldown. So I actually end up losing a lot of DPS during the fights too, unless, like, we do it really clean. But, anyways, so, like, on my side, what we'll do is, like I said, I'll blow up the Earthen with our Dark Knight, and then the monk and the healer will stay on the Aqueous, and then the Aqueous can be stunned. Fuck.
Says for E8S, you're gonna want, depending on your class, of course, for the DPS at least, everyone needs to be between 11 and 16,000.
Yeah, so
Oh, that's not bad at all.
you say
But that's-
that,
that-
but that's with an ad
that's
phase.
each.
Yeah. So the total group DPS in order to kill the fight needs to be like 91k. Which can get a little funky after ad phase. Because you, like, between, like, the cutscene and the transition and, like, all the other stuff, you, like, lose, like, 3k DPS.
Imagine cutscenes being the reason you wipe.
It can happen. Cutscenes
God.
followed by, and then not clearing the ad phase perfectly so you don't get the 2% DPS buff from it. It can be a problem. Anyways, So yeah, and essentially it's just like, oh my god, I'm having like a really hard time this fight. I can't talk apparently and do this fight because I'm stupid.
It's all good.
My group is like gonna kick me. They're gonna be like, this red rage is so bad. Whatever.
I'm gonna help Zaz out and then probably go to bed.
Anyways.
I'll go.
But yeah, so it's essentially like it's an order of operations. You usually have like 1 DPS stick to the Aqueous if you can. And then you have the other DPS like hit the earthen adds, hit the electric adds, and you have to be a little careful on the electric adds because they do reflect damage back to you. So, which can be no bueno because there's like AoEs and shit going out during that. So if you like explode an ad and like part of that damage gets reflected back at you, you just die. I've definitely killed myself a few times because of that. So yeah, and that's how that works. So like if Zuzu were to like go on Black Mage for that fight, right? You would want him to like just focus the Aqueous. But if he's on Red Mage, then and like say like Boogie's on Sam or something, right? You could have like Boogie focus the Aqueous down while Zuzu does Red Mage things on the other stuff, which is what I do usually. And then like once like the Hracevelger like phase starts, then it's like all fucking janky and shit. Because you have to like split the groups and make sure healing's good on both sides, and then you have to figure out how to do like clockwise or counterclockwise mirrors, and yeah, while avoiding wings. And then you got like dragon head thing buff that you have to make sure you don't fuck up, because if all the red debuffs aren't cleansed, then it one-shots your party. All that fun stuff.
Sounds very fun.
It'll be a long prog, is essentially what is gonna happen there. I mean, it helps if you have people that know the fight, of course, but like for the people that don't, it's gonna be a little bit learning curve.
So high speed is the best of the Black Mage.
Yes.
Alright, so Black Mage needs a freaking headpiece because apparently Dragoon doesn't.
Yeah, so Black Mage gets the Eden Choir headpiece.
Boogie was super pissed off that we only got 2 clears on the night.
Aw.
And it's like, I mean, I think we were doing pretty good, and then, you know, we had to pick up Josh, and losing our mitigation really hurt.
Well, I guess, like, from what I understand, like, a few of you guys, like, swapped classes, too. Like, that's gonna throw a wrench in things.
Yeah, but, I mean, honestly, I thought Zuzu switched back to his Black Mage.
He did.
And I went to Dark Knight. It's not like I'm unfamiliar with the class. We didn't die because we weren't doing enough damage.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest and only really big switch was the healing switch, because we lost Verandis on his Scholar. And they sent him to DPS, and then we had
Yeah,
two
when
white
I
mages.
saw, like, Verandis was DPSing, I thought it was a little weird, because I'm like, isn't Veer a healer? Like, what's going on?
Verandis is actually a DPS. He can
Oh,
do
is he?
anything, but, he's a summoner. He's actually a main summoner.
Mm-hmm.
He's practicing Black Mage, but he is a summoner.
Okay. Yeah, all I know is I think the one time I played with Veer, he was healing, so...
He's also a very good scholar. Like, as you saw, he's an excellent scholar.
Did I count wrong?
But, you know, when we had the scholar shields, we were in a much better position.
Mm-hmm.
I think once we lost those scholar shields,
Yeah, like I said, you get to the point where in the savage fights, like, you cannot do them without mitigation. It's too important.
yeah, and like, I appreciate Illyria giving her best, but I think there was just way too many times we didn't have a shield up.
Mm-hmm. E7 is also, like, definitely one of the harder fights to try to learn, especially if you're not comfortable in a class. Like, I'm a little surprised that she tried that.
Well, she kind of had to, because...
Yeah.
I mean, Josh knows how to play Summon, or Scholar. I don't know why he wasn't sticking around on it.
That's a good question.
But it is what it is. I mean, we all screwed up a little bit, and I mean, Zuzu couldn't help that he DC'd twice. And
Mm-hmm.
both of those led to wipes. Boogie killed us, I think, twice. I killed the party a lot more early on as I was trying to learn shit. Because all I'd seen was the Miztech video, and they changed a lot of shit between then and now.
Then and now, yeah.
So they were like, no, you have to come northeast with us, and then I ran northeast on the wrong mechanic. Once I got that ironed out, though, once we hit our first clear, I think I stopped killing everybody. Zuzu dying over and over again on his summoner was not helping, though.
No.
I think the reason we didn't notice that before is because we had the mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, Zuzu doesn't have, like, bad gear.
No, and honestly, like, when I first saw it, I was like, huh, that's weird that he got one shot, and I thought he got clipped, because him and Veer died, like, the first time, and then, like, him just dying randomly, I'm like, okay, something's going on here. I really didn't think that AoE hit that hard without shields.
That's just one of those things that you need. I tend to overdo the shields when I play Astro. Like, everything gets a fucking shield.
Yeah, like when I helped you guys get that like E5, E6 clear? Yeah. I was like, I'm just gonna safety heal everything. You get a shield and you get a shield.
Well, also, I mean, and I don't want to say anything bad about Josh, he's really good. But I think the problem is that he's in a relatively high-end raid.
Mm-hmm.
And so his people are always worried about the damage they're doing. Like, he was straight up telling Illyria, no, you want to drop that at 19 so that the damage goes off so you can use the damage. And it's like, dude,
Yeah,
we got plenty of damage. You know, we aren't in a race here. We're trying to get a clear.
yeah, it's one of those things too, like, especially if people don't know the fight, like, it's way better to safety heal and, like, make the damage up later. Now, obviously, it gets to the point where, like, if you're safety healing too much and you're literally not making the DPS check. But, like, it's not going to be the end of the world if, like, someone's not, like, if you miss a star, or, right? Or, like, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of our problem with E6 when we were running it as a raid, was that Josh had us doing this really complicated uptime strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, you know, we probably have enough damage that we can
Yeah, like
handle this.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's kind of a little frustrating when you run with people that have obviously like cleared the fight and have the fight on farm. Like, then yes, it's like it's all about the parse, right, and how fast you can kill the fight. But and I think sometimes that like people who raid on the higher end, they forget, right, that like not everyone is as good, not everyone's as comfortable on their classes. Not everyone can pull fucking 11k DPS as a white mage type shit.
Yeah, and it's less about people not being able to do the damage as much as like people focusing way too much on the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cause you can, you know, with all the best intention in the world, you know, strategy yourself to death.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that Josh kind of leaves us a lot lower. Like, for a while there after that, like, sometimes I would take that first tank buster with Home Gang, and I'd be sitting there kind of watching my health like, am I going to catch a heal anytime soon? Like, I am getting autoed, so I had to pop Equilibrium to keep myself standing. Like, I understand wanting to do damage, but...
Yeah, and that's one of those things, like, again, it's just, like, you know, it's not, people need to be comfortable with what you're doing. And
you want the king or the two tank ads?
Well, at the same time, it doesn't fucking matter how much.
Hang on 1 second. Zaz, what did you say?
I'll do the king.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how much fucking DPS you do, if you can't stay alive.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons that we blood a lot of our members. We haven't done this with you yet, but at one point we will probably. Why are they on the king? Oh, we're about to be way fucked if that guy doesn't get off the king.
Ow.
Oh, thank God we actually killed enough of them. Dude, we came damn close to killing or driving the king into his first Memento Mori. with like all the ads still standing. Which it doesn't matter how bad you outgear this thing, that is way death. But yeah, we Azazel's been through the blood hunt before. It's Odin, minimum item level with no echo. And we run it because it's a fight I can explain in probably a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But at minimum item level with no echo, you fucking learn how a party works at higher levels, because a lot of people have never run something where they aren't where somebody can't carry them.
Yeah.
Odin hits way too fucking hard with no echo at minimum item level. Like it's one of the few fights where the tanks literally had to swap. Not because there was a mechanic that made them swap, but because the tank busters came so often that tanks had to swap, or they'd run out of cooldowns. And literally DPS could take enough damage that healers will run out of mana.
Yeah.
Even now. Even with, lucid dreaming amongst all of them and all their regen abilities they have now, they can still run out of mana. And people die over and over again. These days it's like, well, I can get a res. In Odin, at that in that kind of scenario, deaths hurt a lot.
Yeah.
So it's one of the reasons we run it, is to teach people, like this is serious. Like, people will be able to pick you up for everything, but at some point you are going to hit something, and someone's not going to be able to keep you alive through it. You got to kind of watch your own back.
Yeah. One thing I have learned to appreciate about Black Mage because that's all I've been playing for the last few days, is its toolkit. I love that it has Mana Ward and Ethereal Manipulation. I feel like I haven't used it enough. It's saved my ass quite a few times. When I see somebody in the right spot, I just hit it, boom.
Yeah, especially later, it becomes a big part of how you do damage, because Black Mages, for the most part, they have some mobility, but they just can't move. And,
yeah.
I mean, there will be times where you'll, sit in the path of a tornado, and, like, right before it goes off, you Ethereal Manipulate.
Yeah, I don't know. It would definitely be. I definitely like to learn Black Mage at a high level. I'm enjoying where it's at right now, and I just got to 60 today.
Oh, you're in for a sweet treat soon.
Dadanokian.
Hell, he has a Nokian already. He's gonna get not
mean,
Xenoglossy, but
Foul.
Foul. Yep.
It's one of the only buffs that I've noticed doesn't have a buff icon.
So
like,
it doesn't have a timer on it, so you just have to watch your gauge.
Yep. I figured that out the hard way.
Aww.
At first I was just like, oh shit, this isn't working right. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
No, there's actually a lot of them like that. Like, a Dragoon's Blood of the Dragon has no buff icon. It has a meter that runs off to the right.
Yeah, I think if you do the simplified one, it gives you a timer. I think. I'm not super positive, to be honest, though, because I don't use the simplified one.
Is
I mean-
it common for people to use the simplified one?
I don't know, to be honest. I like...
Is the simplified one the stock one, or?
No, the stock one is the one that looks all pretty and like has different things to it. The simplified one is just like very basic, like here's your buff, here's your, you know, like 3 little things of grease lightning if you're a monk, and it looks it looks basic, I guess, is really the only word I can say. Mr. Tank, what are you doing? Why?
Alright, Zaz, you're gonna want to take this boss off me at 2 stacks.
That tank bitch killed me, jerk.
Run away. Clip that one. Stand behind. Go ahead and take him. And stack with the group. Sorry.
Ow.
Alright, now you can roll out of the group. Yeah, run away, except for you. You'd want to stay in, actually, Zaz. There we go. Roll with the group. Alright, we're through.
I need to get ACT so I can see where I'm at with deeps.
Believe it or not, I actually don't have it.
You don't use it?
I mean, I know that it exists. I know other people have parsed it. Purple is down and red is up.
Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't worry about it until you're max level anyway.
Yeah, I mean, people tell me if I'm not doing good enough damage. Like, it's
'Cause I mean,
useful for
like-
that, but I don't watch it at all, like... Okay, they're good where they are in the ring. No,
Well, see-
where the hell is that machinist going? Oh...
I don't want to use it for like bragging rights, but I want to use it as like a learning tool.
gauge.
Like if
Yeah.
I'm figuring out where I'm at with my DPS in terms of my rotation and how well I'm grasping the concept of what I'm supposed to be doing. Judging by how I was doing on the dummies at the Shirogane home, my summoner's actually fine. Like, of course, I could always improve, but it's like a min-maxing thing where I need to bring in item level and stat crunching and all that.
When I hit 3 stacks of this debuff here in a second, you can provoke.
Yeah, I understand. It's especially like one of those things where like when a new expansion comes out, right, and you get like a new set of skills,
Okay.
like how these skills like work together, right?
Okay.
Exactly.
Because you're gonna get to the point here soon where I think it's 64. That's when your Thunder 2 changes into Thunder 4, and then of course you're gonna get Foul, which will help. And then even later on, once you're in the mid 70s, that's when you'll get the trait that makes it so.
As soon as
When-
you see Flash, run to the other side of the ice.
Sorry, that's
There it
when
is.
you're gonna get a trait that whenever you have 3 stacks of Astral Fire, like your Blizzard spells, when you switch over, don't cost any mana, and vice versa. So it changes how you do a few things and all that fun stuff.
Easy
Yeah.
peasy.
So, and I'm a black mage main, so like if you have any questions, feel free to ask me because I've been helping Zuzu out, so and I don't mind. I love teaching people how to play black mage.
Zuzu's your apprentice?
Indeed.
Bruh. He goes ham.
He was
Zuzu
so
actually has
excited.
He's actually not been playing that long. I think
Oh,
He
I
told
know.
me he started in like 8.2. Not 8.2. This isn't WoW.
In the future?
5.2.
Damn.
5.2.
I mean 3.2.
He been chilling with Alexander or something?
Yeah, 4 commendations.
Hey, grass. But yeah, we picked him up and he was pretty new. He had been playing on Genova, I think,
Mhm.
and he server transferred to join our free company.
He's so humble. It's adorable. He was like super excited. Like when I taught him like the black mage rotation I use because it's easier, especially with his latency. He was like, "Oh my god, this is so nice!" And then like he got so excited because he showed me he got a blue parse, and I was like, "You're doing great."
I'm just happy when I do enough damage, you know, for the raid, and I don't kill everybody.
Yeah, that's a big
That's my
one.
only goal.
I don't think you worry as much about DPS when you're a tank.
You definitely do. It's like it's you can get away with less, but it really helps if warriors and whatnot are doing. Because Aloe and I were both doing well over 8,000. We were doing short
Why
of
does this?
9,000.
Oh, there we go. It closed. Oh, and it opened.
7 Savage. On 6 Savage, we both do like over 9. On constant uptime, if I'm not like, dealing with huge gaps where I'm not hitting stuff, I'll be running over 11k. So it does help out a lot to have the extra damage from the tanks. It's not as much as a DPS runs usually. My Dragoon runs 15k. On when I did
Don't sell
Seed
yourself
Attack
short,
Raid.
man. That tank DPS can get real gnarly.
Yeah, so it's nice to have. So the good news is that Warrior, that's why I feel worst for healers, because, if Warriors are getting judged for their damage, we are already doing damage. That's how we do our job, is to hold aggro, is you essentially run your damage rotation. So you're doing it anyway. I always felt like it'd be hardest to do healing because whenever you're doing your healing job, you are not doing DPS.
That's why you just play a white mage and you OGCD heal everything. And you go tra la 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 la.
Yeah. Well, you can do that with Scholar too. It's
Mhm.
just not as frequent.
It's usually
have
the
to-
way it works is that
Fuck, I didn't mean to do
if
that.
you have 2 healers, one of the healers cares a lot about healing and will throw the actual heals, and the other healer will help out and run a really high damage parse.
Yeah, so if you
So,
have
like-
like a traditional like white mage scholar combo, the scholar really should only be doing preventative shielding healing, which is like, throwing out the occasional like sucker or whatever, while the white mage takes the brunt of it. Although maybe not so much these days because white mage does so much damage.
I mean, like, it's really like a mentality thing. You've met my wife, Jessamine. Like, she is what we like to call a safety healer.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she does. Like, if she sees health bars that aren't full, she puts heals on them.
Mhm.
So her damage parses have always run relatively low. I don't think she's ever even come close to 7k. But the other healers in our group, whoever she's with, have always run really high parses. Like, purple parse stuff. They're always like, yeah, we get great parses, and it's because Jess is basically solo healing the instance.
Mm-hmm.
And it usually works out the way that, you know, one healer cares a lot about the actual healing, and their parse is lower. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, there were some times where, back when it was still current content, we threw Jess in as a solo healer for a Titania EX run.
Mm-hmm.
So she healed the whole thing on her own. Because we were like, well, maybe if we have another DPS, it'll go faster. For some reason, it didn't. Like, it didn't go an awful lot faster. We were never sure why. But it wasn't because any of us died. We had heals aplenty.
You get to the point where, like, sometimes you get those groups where you have the extra DPS, right? Hold that thought, actually.
Honestly, what helps is just the smoothness of everything. DPS who do an awful lot of damage are usually the ones where everything is working right. It means the tank is facing the boss correctly. It means, you know, everybody gets a decent amount of uptime. Everybody does the mechanics correctly. You know, there's not a lot of people freaking out trying to figure out where to go with all their stuff. You can tell where, you know, you run into a bunch of people who essentially know their shit.
Yep.
Know that fight.
Anyways, sorry. You end up running into, like, these people who occasionally, like, you'll get someone who's playing a DPS who, like, may not actually main a DPS. And so even though, like, you're down a healer and you're supposed to gain a DPS, maybe their DPS isn't so great, is what I was trying to say. Because I noticed that a few times. But, like, these days with gear, like, you fucking Titania is so easy.
Yeah, and it's, you run into, oh. I was like, what the hell? Oh, it's a meld request.
You can do that, like, you don't have to, like, be a specific class or anything, you can just do it whenever.
You have to be a certain, you don't have to be on a certain class, but you have to have a certain class, like crafter class leveled up high enough to meld the gear. All my crafters are 80 though, so I can meld everything.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're not overmelding, because you just talk the NPC and meld the gear for you. But, like, if you're overmelding, then yeah. Or you just request someone to overmeld for you.
No, she was just requesting me to meld it because it doesn't cost anything.
I see.
Yeah, I went to go do it downstairs, and then I was like, wait, Orly can meld.
Yeah, it's a, there's like a fine balance to strike is when people are really, really, really worried about DPS and how much they're doing, they can kind of forget their defensive responsibility, which is you gotta do mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
And healers gotta heal, and tanks have to cool down. Damage dealers have to not stand in shit. You know, it's always nice when, like, a damage dealer's standing in something and has the gear to take it, where they're just like, oh, I thought that was gonna kill me. And it's like, well, it didn't, but that healer had to stop and probably throw a direct heal. You know, that means they're not doing damage, they're not doing heals on anybody else, and they're blowing mana.
Dude, what the fuck?
But
I'm doing the level 60 Black Mage quest, and for whatever reason, I did not do enough DPS to be able to kill the boss. Like, that's some bullshit.
wait, what?
I'm trying to
I didn't
recall.
do enough DPS to beat the level 60 quest.
I'm trying to recall what the quest requirements were on that one. I would say if you have any poetics, try to grab some Shire gear.
No, I have the 255 gear.
Is that augmented
That
Shire?
No. 270 is the augmented Shire.
That should be more than enough to do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's my gear.
Just make sure you're doing the Inoki and ping pong.
Yeah, I am. Maybe I'm just not reacting quickly enough to the ads or whatever.
Yeah, if you see ads in one of those duties, blow them up.
These groups went from being really good to being trappy be me. They're so trappy! Sorry, I was
But
being
I
like an omega
weekend off
shitter
after
earlier.
all of the, I've had music stuff to do every single weekend for like the past couple weekends. If I wasn't playing, I was mixing sound and setting up live shows. This is the first weekend I've had in a while where I basically just had practice on Sunday.
That's nice. Nice, relaxing week.
I'll actually get to play some Final Fantasy tomorrow.
Ugh. Fuck. Fire.
Am I forgetting anything? Trying to figure out if I'm gonna go to sleep now or not.
I always forget that you guys are like so far ahead of me in time because I'm like, it's only 9:30. What do you mean sleep?
Yeah, it's like past midnight here.
Yeah.
Usually isn't like super late for me, but it's just been such a long couple weeks.
God.
And I slide
Yeah,
past
that
a
really
victory.
pushed me to my limit.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I needed to be on it about everything.
Black Mage is a trip.
It's a fun job to play. It's got a learning curve for sure, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It's like one of the few jobs in the game where most of what you need to know isn't the rotation. How it works,
yeah, it's
movement and things like that.
yeah, it's where you're gonna be standing.
Like
real
Dragoon,
quick.
100% rotation.
Yeah.
Would GPS or 2 trials that I haven't done yet?
Yeah, which ones are they?
The Great Hunt and the Jade Stoa.
You've done the Jade Stoa, haven't you?
No.
There's Biako. We did all 4 lords.
Oh, yeah. So the Great Hunt is the only one I haven't done yet.
Sure. That's the one that's backwards, where the normal mode takes 8 people, the extreme takes 4.
It should be pretty easy now to do since you can unsync it.
Yeah, but we don't unsync anything.
Oh.
Or at least I don't. It's not a bad fight at all. It has no telegraphs though.
So question, or a couple actually. When you have Enochian up and you're in Umbral Ice, you use Blizzard 4 once and then you go Fire, or you go Astral Fire, and then instead of using Fire as your spell, you're using Fire 4.
That is correct.
Up until you have a couple seconds left on Astral Fire and then reset it, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
The basic way that it works is that you go into Umbral Ice, so that you're refilling your mana. You throw Thunder 3, so that you've got your dot running. And then you use Fire 3 to go into Astral.
Yeah, so now that you're getting a little bit further in the rotation, yeah, it's gonna be Blizzard 3, Enochian, Thunder 3, followed by Blizzard 4, and then Fire 3, Fire 4 times 4, and then you refresh it with Fire 1, and then it's like 3 Fire 4s after that, and then depending on if you have, man, I think it's called Mana Font these days. It used to be called something else. Depending on if you have that up or not, you would pop that. You have Sharpcast right now as well, I'm assuming. I think you have it.
I have Swiftcast and Sharpcast. I don't have Triplecast yet.
Okay, yeah, Triplecast is soon. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot.
So when I use, or ideally, what I would want to do is Sharpcast on the Fire 1 that I'm going to be using to reset Astral Fire. Correct.
So yeah, and it gets a little nuancy like a little later on with some of the other things. But I'll save that for later. Sorry, people are dying in my party, and I'm trying to res them. So
yeah, no, it's starting to make a lot of sense for me.
Yeah, so typically, if you get to the big boy point, you'll eventually want to do like your opener would be like Sharpcast at 10 seconds, followed by Blizzard 3 into Thunder and like all kinds of like silly stuff like that. But we won't start there yet.
But the basic rotation is just you go into Umbral, you use Fire 3 to go from Umbral to Astral, and then you start throwing Fire 4 like it's going out of style. Usually 4 Fire 4s that you can get, but whenever you're at about 5 seconds-ish left on your Enochian timer, you throw Fire 1. Fire 3 if it procs, and then you just keep throwing Fire 4s until you're pretty much out of mana. When you're almost out of mana, you probably don't want to mess with like Flare or anything like that. You just use Blizzard 3, because you always use Blizzard 3 to go from Astral Fire to Umbral Ice.
Yeah. Now, in terms...
Thunder 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that will change once you get some more stuff, but that's for later on.
Yeah, but Umbral Ice should always give you time to throw Blizzard 4 and Thunder 3, and by then you should have full mana and you can switch back into Astral Fire with Fire 3 and then you go through your Astral phase. But Blizzard 4 is extremely important to have up. You need to have those, the Umbral Hearts that it gives you.
So it looks like Despair is the single target version of Flare.
That is correct.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because by the time you have it, you'll be able to use Blizzard 3 when you have 0 mana. It's it's a very fine quality of life change.
Yep.
Like right there at the end, at the end of your whole rotation, you just despair. Once despair is popped, it has refreshed your Enochian. So if you've got any Xenoglossies and things like that, you might still be able to throw them. But you can then use your Blizzard 3 even with 0 mana to go into and God, does it piss me off every day when I'm not, like when you get to be a level 80 Black Mage, more than any other class, you will hate being anything other than level 80.
A little bit.
Yeah, which is probably why I wouldn't do synced as Black Mage.
I do synced all the time, and it's okay, but there's so many quality of life improvements. Like Black Mage is a pain in the ass to manage, and then they give you suddenly a bunch. Like they literally spent between 70 and 80 giving Black Mages a bunch of quality of life changes. Dragoon is very much the same way. One of the first things they give Dragoons between 70 and 80 is an ability where their jump is almost instant. And one of the worst things about being on a Dragoon is that time when you hit jump, a telegraph appears under you, but you're basically motion locked until you finish your jump animation. It used to be why there were so many, they had this whole reputation for Dragoons as being floor tanks, because jump was such a pain in the ass if you didn't time it right. If you just happened to time it when a mechanic was going off, you could kill yourself. There'd be nothing you could do.
It was always fun watching Dragoons kill themselves in Titan.
Yeah.
I think
right
Titan
there-
was like the real big Dragoon killer.
Yeah, you had to make sure you timed it so that your jump didn't hit during a landslide.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you got picked for a landslide, you were
Bye-bye.
in jump animation. Goodbye!
Oh my god.
And I think it was like literally level 71, you get an ability, and it's like, hey, jump is basically an instant cast now. Like there's still an animation, but it's real quick. And you're just like, oh, where's this been my whole life?
Hmm.
They also give you an ability or a trait that extends the duration of your Blood of the Dragon cast to 30 seconds. And what this does is, it used to be 20 seconds.
Okay.
The recast on Blood of the Dragon is 25 seconds. So it used to be, you could run out of your Blood of the Dragon. And that sucks because when you have your Blood of the Dragon up, that's the only time that you can open the Eye of the Dragon. So if you happen to be in between bosses, or if you happen to be trying to run somewhere, you know, you couldn't upkeep it. You would just lose your eyes, and you'd have to start by casting Blood of the Dragon all over again. This is especially bad back when you could only use either Fang and Claw or Wheeling Thrust.
Yeah, at least you don't have to experience the bullshit days of Enochian. You get like the easy peasy quality of life Enochian.
But now with being able to recast with it lasting 30 seconds and recasting at 25, a Dragoon can upkeep his Blood of the Dragon indefinitely, as long as he's paying attention, as long as he's clicking it within the last 5 seconds.
So did Enochian used to last only a certain amount of time?
So Enochian used to only last 30 seconds, and it gets worse. The only thing that used to refresh Enochian, because you know how Enochian refreshes now whenever you switch into Umbrella Ice or Astral Fire, the only thing that refreshed Enochian was Blizzard 4. So,
no.
But on top of that, Enochian used to have a decaying timer. So every time you refreshed it with Blizzard 4, you would lose time on it. So like the first tick, like, so it would start at 30 seconds, and then like the first time you refreshed it, it would only refresh to 24, and then it would only refresh to 20, etc., etc. And then it got to the point where you would have to actually hit your Enochian button to manually refresh it. Now the problem is Enochian used to be on a minute-long cooldown. So if you like fucked up, like bad fucked up, you like were out DPS for like a full minute.
Yeah, black mages used to be.
They were the hardest job to play back in Heavensward.
Yeah, they had the tightest rotation ever.
Yep.
Oh,
So not a lot of people played them?
Oh no, people played them because
people played them. They were just bad at them. Black mage. It was very obvious when you had a really good black mage versus a really bad black mage. Just because of how they maintain their Enochian and all that good stuff. Yeah.
I mean, you missed the good days of Dark Knight, where Dark Arts was not a buff that you put on using your Floods of Darkness. Dark Arts was an ability that you would cast to
buff your skills.
To buff your individual skills. So if you put it on and buffed your final move of your enmity combo, it did a lot of enmity. If you buffed the last move of your life siphon combo, it turned you a lot of health and would do a lot of damage. If you did it for carve and spit, it would increase the damage of it. So you were constantly sitting there.
You literally were spamming it.
Yeah, but you had to make sure that you had enough of it, because there might come times where you're like, I might need my I might need Dark Arts, like 3,000 mana for Dark Arts for this particular moment, and if you spent it, you ain't got it.
Yeah, it was really like they had, I want to say it was their magic defense combo, not combo, but their magic defense buff, right? That got buffed by Dark Arts.
There were all kinds of shit that got buffed by Dark Arts.
Yeah.
Abyssal Drain got buffed by Dark Arts. It was actually really funny when you would be in you'd do a long pull, and you'd be almost dead, and you would Dark Arts buff Abyssal Drain, and it would refill your health.
Literally give you all your HP back.
Of course, these were also the days when Dark Knights were the only ones who had, like, they would turn on Blood Weapon as a buff, and it was a permanent buff. It was basically turning on their damage stance while they had their tank stance on. They were the only class that did that, and that sounds impressive until you realize that warriors were straight up doing
Felcleave for days.
Yeah, warriors could do as much damage as about a middlingly good DPS.
Warrior was fucking badass in Heavensward.
Yeah, Heavensward Warrior was ungodly.
Yeah, I mained a warrior for the first half of Heavensward, and then somehow ended up as a black mage main. That's a story, that's for sure.
Oh my god, it was ridiculous. It was like I would be on my warrior and I'd be straight up competing with other damage dealers for their spots.
It's crazy.
Why is the Sylph lens like a maze?
Yeah, so apparently, I guess this game used to be a lot harder.
It did.
The rotations were a lot harder. The bosses were not.
Yeah, what they did was they I shouldn't say necessarily that they sacrificed like job complexity, because I mean you still have some jobs that are very complex, like Summoner and Ninja are still like they're pretty big brain. But you have the fights since they dropped PS3 support that have just like gotten like more complex, more like fucking like mechanics on mechanic. It's actually called mechanic vomit, where you would literally just have like mechanics layered on top of mechanics. And that, let me tell you what, mechanic vomit like was the first time we really saw mechanic vomit was the first fight of Omega. I'm sorry, not the first fight. The fourth fight of Omega, with X Death, and like people were like, "What? Like, just because you would have like all this fucking like things just all going off at once, where before it was like, okay, you'll handle like this mechanic at this time and you'll handle this mechanic shortly after. Instead it was like, here's 6 debuffs that are all gonna resolve at the same time, fucking figure it out, bro. And you're like, what?
I thought the time that I figured out that some shit was going down was actually before that. It was the last phase of 3 Savage. The
Yeah.
Chaos phase.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that was insane. I remember us getting to that phase with the raid, and it's just like, hey, guess what? You know all these little guys you've been dodging? You're dodging all of them now.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, it was like, and it's honestly, I think the fights are a lot more fun now because they have like all this shit going on. But it's a little overwhelming, especially if you like are new to like the game or like you want to try raiding. Because I mean, even like E5, for instance, which is one of the easier fights these days, like it has a pretty good chunk of mechanic vomit in it.
Yeah, E5's relatively
Please grab it.
straightforward.
Yeah.
I think really the only vomit that goes on in it is that there's usually a bunch of tank shit going on during it. It's harder on the healers.
Oh, maybe not.
6 is where it gets really bad this tier, I think.
Yeah.
From what I can tell, it's... I mean, of course, I'm coming from a different game, so obviously, yeah, I'm still learning the quirks and stuff, but I used to do mythic raiding in WoW, so I'm used to...
Oh, then you know all about mechanic vomit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually think that, you know, I don't think I've had enough exposure to think I'm 100% right about this, but I do, from what I've seen, I think that that Savage looks a little bit easier than Mythic raiding.
Yeah, so essentially, like, and because you've been a Mythic Raider, like, this should hopefully make a whole lot of sense to you. So essentially, like, you have WoW's LFR followed by Final Fantasy's Alliance raids, then, like, normal raids in Final Fantasy, followed by like your normal raids in WoW, and then Savage kind of falls into this weird like
probably between heroic and
yeah,
mythic.
so like the first 2 fights would be on par with kind of like your end tier-ish heroic type fights, and then the last 2 fights would be on par with like your first couple of mythic fights, right? And then you would have mythic, like probably like the middle part of mythic, and then you would have ultimate, and then you would have like the end boss of a mythic raid, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where like that all falls into place there.
I'd say that there's usually a lot more going on for a Final Fantasy player who's raiding. It looks deceptive because everybody that you were watching while we were doing this raid
knew what they were doing.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. And yeah.
And I think the biggest difference has nothing to do with difficulty, it has to do with membership. We're running it with 8 people. Which makes it a hell of a lot easier to manage, but it makes it a hell of a lot harder because all 8 of those people need to know what they're doing. You can't hide.
Yep. You're not going to get carried.
Yeah, and that's the thing, of course, like with your mythics, like obviously when mythic raiding first comes out, like yes, you need all 20 of your people to carry their weight, right? But as you get more gear and everything goes on, like you can essentially have like 15 people carry the raid and that kind of stuff, right? So, but like with Savage,
I'd say in Savage, if you're not doing 13k, you're not doing enough.
Well, it's not even that. It's how the mechanics work because, like, obviously, I haven't raided in WoW since Legion. I haven't done any mythic raiding in a very, very long time. But you get to the point where, like, you know, not everyone necessarily needs to be held accountable for the mechanics in mythic, right? But with Final Fantasy, and this is like, I know you heard us talking about Shiva, like this, like in Shiva, like everyone has to do this mechanic regardless of your gear, because if you don't do this mechanic, you're literally going to wipe your raid.
Yep.
Like,
Shoot, that
no
was
ifs,
going on
ands, or
during-
buts about that.
And-
Literally, it is going to wipe.
That was what we were doing during the Seven Savage that you were watching. It's actually Seven Savage is a relatively easy fight by modern measure. Like, it's not hard as far as Savages go.
I think
But
7 is
if-
the only fight that my group consistently one-shots during the week, to be honest.
But honestly, if one person fucks up some of these mechanics, it just wipes the raid. That's
Mhm.
it.
And like
doesn't
even
take
going
much.
back into like E5, right, which is the easiest raid fight right now for this tier, if he does a one skill called Furious 14, and essentially what happens is you have to get knocked back to one side to avoid these like horses that are charging across the arena. Now the thing is what you have to get knocked back in order along the arena, because you have to break a spear essentially. And if someone fucks up and they don't break their spear, then their giant AoE goes out and it wipes your group. Like, it's a little bit of a like mentality shift, right? Because in WoW, like, it's all about personal responsibility, personal DPS, blah blah blah, right? And Final Fantasy has that to an extent, but a lot of it is party responsibility in Final Fantasy. So, and I will say, one of the things that I love about Final Fantasy. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and most of the time, it's a lot easier for the raid to recover in Final Fantasy than it is in WoW, because if you lose a couple key people in WoW, you only have so many battle reses that can go out, so you just wipe the raid.
Yeah, so,
I
and
will
Final
point out right
Fantasy...
now,
there are a couple
that's
raid
not
wiping
the case in
mechanics
Savage.
here.
In Savage, there were several mechanics that we were doing where if all 8 people hadn't been standing, the raid's done.
Yeah, of course, and those would be the exceptions.
Like, just actually pretty much every Savage has those.
Mm-hmm.
Those aren't exceptional. That's
So-
at least every fight this tier.
Yeah,
If
so
you
but
have
going back to
anybody dead
like...
for- yeah, Fury's 14, if you have anybody dead, you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it.
I mean,
Um,
yes and no. You could get really cheeky if you have healer LB3, but that's something else. Anyways, moving on. In regards to the whole res thing, right? So now obviously, like, it is a lot easier to res in WoW, because I play a druid, so I always have the B-res, right? So, like, I know when I can B-res, who I can B-res, when I should do it, like, who I should say fuck you because it might need to say for someone else. Now, WoW, like, I'm sorry, not WoW, Final Fantasy, you know, you can throw off reses provided you have mana, and the nice thing about it, because it has changed over time, is if you have a lot of people die, you're not going to hit the enrage timer. That's like, you won't have the DPS to hit the enrage timer for sure, but you can keep doing the fight to learn it, right? Now, back in the day in Final Fantasy, weakness used to be a much meaner debuff. Much, much meaner than it is today. It's really, like, the only thing that weakness really does for you these days is just it nerfs your DPS a little bit, right? Weakness, on the other hand, back in the day, it literally nerfed all your stats. And it would get to the point where if you had 2 stacks of weakness, you probably were going to die to a mechanic that came out, just an AoE raid mechanic, and like you literally just wouldn't live because you didn't have enough HP. And then you wouldn't see the fight, and it sucked. Like, and if too many of if that happened to too many people, like, your group was just done, right? Because, like, yes, you could keep rezzing, but this weakness debuff wasn't going to fall off before the next raid Y AoE went out, and then you'd all just be fucking dead again. So it was a lot harsher, for sure.
And it also should be noted that DPS you've got, we are having to meet DPS checks relatively frequently.
Mm-hmm.
And with far fewer people, which means everybody that's there has to pull their weight. If
Yep.
somebody dies, you can pick them back up again. Them not having that damage is sometimes the difference between making a check and not making it. The times that we were coming really close to not making that that ad check, that mid-phase ad check in 7 Savage, was all about how many people had died before.
Yep.
And that were dealing with res sickness.
Yeah, and it's like, especially, there's 3 fucking red mages in this party, what the fuck? Hold that thought.
Now, we're usually really good because we've got, you know, we can outgear a lot of the stuff that you run. That's not the case with Savage. Sometimes people can outgear it, but like I'm running it in pretty much 500 gear. At this point, I am 1 item away from having the best shit that I could possibly have on my warrior.
Hi, Meow Meow.
Mm-hmm.
It would be upgrading my item level 500 weapon to an item level 505 weapon. That's it. So, we're about as good as we can get right now. And the DPS checks are still really, really tight sometimes. So it's one of those things where it seems, you know, okay if you die, like, okay, just res me. If I die, I can basically wipe $1,000 off my DPS total. Like, just from dying and having to be rezzed, where for a while, of course, I'm not doing any damage, and then when I come back for a while I'm doing reduced damage, I might as well just kiss 1,000 DPS goodbye.
Yep. And then it's also one of those things too, like, not only do I main Black Mage, but when I do prog, I do Red Mage, because Red Mage has a res, right? So, but it gets to the point where, as a Red Mage, if you are continuously rezzing throughout the fight, you're talking about like 1,000 DPS loss almost per res. Like, because the way Red Mage works is you build up your black and white mana, and then you expend it on this melee combo, and this melee combo has like 5 tiers to it, right? And if you fuck up this melee combo, or like your melee combo's delayed for whatever reason, or like the boss phase changes while you're in the middle of your melee combo or something, it's just really no bueno, right?
Yeah.
So, the weird thing is that they're really not alike at all. Like,
I mean, they are and they aren't, having rated in both, but it's just,
there's no hiding in a Savage raid in Final Fantasy the way you
yeah, no, it's much more dependent, for sure, on, you being able to perform, like, and your group being able to perform.
Granted, it is a lot easier just being able to do that when you have only 8 people to manage.
Yeah, fucking managing 20 cats, no thanks. I think that's one of the reasons I stopped raiding in WoW, actually, was because, like, the amount of, like, even just managing, like, a 10-person raid, I don't know, it got frustrating after a while. Especially when you had, like, not fucking dependent tanks.
Yeah, I mean, I already get pissed off enough when I'm running a party finder group for like an 8-man and somebody's not very good.
I was gonna say I'm streaming on my Black Mage right now, but this fight is super spoilery, so you can't watch it.
Spoilers.
Spoilers!
Yeah, Kyrie's seen Seed of Sacrifice.
Oh, has he? Okay. Wow, you spoiled it!
Yeah.
Spoilers!
No, I mean, he's been there before.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. That's right, you have an 80
Yeah.
class. I forgot you're just
I'm
leveling.
level 80.
You're just leveling. There's like so many people that are like, that haven't seen it, and then like are leveling, and then people leveling all. I'm sorry. I can't keep track.
You kidding? With how much the MSQ gives you in terms of XP, I probably would have been 80 by now.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of XP, that's for sure.
But yeah, I keep trying to imagine what it would be like to have a savage raid, but like using like an alliance rather than a like a full party. And I think it'd be impossible.
So
Like, I
that
don't
would be like your Baldessian Arsenal type stuff, right? Because like when Baldessian Arsenal first came out and people were trying to figure out the fights, like that stuff was hard. Especially because unless you had the buff that rezzed you and it triggered, you couldn't res.
Yeah, I actually really love Baldessian Arsenal.
Yeah.
I'd be fine in there.
I need to go in and I need to get the mount from it, but
Oh, you've never cleared it?
nah. I should have. Oh fuck, this person was like way out of. Cool.
Yeah, I want to go in and do that sometime.
There's a Discord where they set those up.
Yeah, I'm
in
in the Discord. I see all the notifications, and you want to know what I do? Right click, mark red.
Oof.
Because I'm always doing something else, like, and it just, and like when they do it, I'm like,
How much time do you want to set aside for that kind of thing?
Quite a few hours, like probably 2 to
Baldessian
3.
Arsenal? I wouldn't
3
say
hours?
No, I wouldn't say it takes 2 to 3.
Oh, maybe not
unless you're,
anymore.
Not unless you're like literally starting from scratch. But even then, like it takes a little while to spawn off me. Once you spawn, like you don't have to have the item anymore. You can literally just walk into the red portal.
Mm-hmm.
So that saves a lot of time.
What item?
It used to be you couldn't walk into the Baldessian Arsenal unless you had an item. I forget
Oh
what it was
god.
called.
That you had to do a lot of farming for?
I don't know
Probably.
how much
I don't
farming
remember.
you did.
Yeah, I know the item you're talking about, but I don't remember.
Yeah, it used to be that you needed it though. And nowadays you don't need it. So you just, all you have to do is kill Avni. He spawns a bunch of portals. Everybody goes to their portal, takes their portal, and they show up in the Baldessian Arsenal. And then there's a series of bosses that you do. They're about as long as, you know, I'd say any other Alliance raid boss. You know, give or take, depending on how many people are in there that have like elemental gear. It's not too bad though. It's a little bit longer than a regular Alliance raid that only has 4 bosses. I think Baldessian Arsenal has something like 7.
Yeah, it's got 7 or 8.
And then there is also a portion of the Baldessian Arsenal where the an extra party has to handle a fate that spawns in the open world while somebody fights a pair of bosses in the Baldessian Arsenal itself. And all
Come on,
that,
take it.
that
Oh
all
fuck.
has to resolve at the same time. And then the people who were outside helping out with the support fate get to also jump into the Baldessian Arsenal for the last 2 bosses.
Do they get
So,
credit for the mount?
Yeah, the mount is off the last boss, so
yeah, all you have to do is kill the last boss and you get the mount. Without question.
Huh.
Problem is, there are several mechanics on the last boss where if he hits you with them at all, he throws you out of the instance.
Oh god.
Like, yeah, like it doesn't just kill you. It doesn't kill you and not allow you to be rezzed. It throws you out of the instance and you can't clear at all. And of course, with the portals gone, there is no way back in.
Oof,
So,
that sounds
it's-
horrible.
it's
I'm
fun.
not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, not being able to be rezzed is like there's a process behind rezzing it because you have this ability that the healers at that point are all carrying, where they would cast it, and then they would res you, and then after a little while they have a 70% chance of staying alive themselves, otherwise they die. And if they die, somebody has to walk up behind them and do the same thing until you can get that 70% to kick in so that they don't die. So
Right.
there's only so many reses that they can do before they just run out of charges. And I mean, they've got the trash has to be handled really carefully. There are people who are throwing death at these things, you know, hoping for lucky kills. They're very highly coordinated, I'll put it that way. I would say set aside like 45 minutes. You'd be
Okay.
Probably be okay. If you're running with a group that really knows what it's doing.
Only
'Cause
thing I'm
it's not like you can wipe and then just walk back in.
kind of worried about is the nasty mechanics.
They're actually not that bad. They're not worse than like another Alliance raid thing. The only difference is, if you do it, you can't just eat shit. Like, you've got to be on the ball. You've got to do as they say. You've got to not, you know, stand in the wrong telegraphs. You gotta do what you gotta do so that you don't die.
Right.
But the mechanics themselves aren't super bad. So if you don't get hit by shit in raids, you'll be okay. If you do get hit by shit in raids, that's more of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, the one thing I do actually appreciate about Final Fantasy a lot more than World of Warcraft is how clear a lot of the, like, mechanic indicators are. Because, like, sometimes, like, you know, when you're doing a fight in WoW, like, shit just happens. And if you don't have something like DBM or Bigwigs, you're just like, well, okay. Like, if you don't really know the fight all that well. Whereas, like, with Final Fantasy, like, sure, you can put, like, triggers on ACT, but it's one of those things where, like, I rated in this game since Heavensport, and I've never used a trigger in ACT. Just because, like, the fights aren't convoluted.
Yeah, and they probably do that so that, one, you enjoy the gameplay and you
Yes!
know, nobody likes wiping over and over again, but also it would cut down on the add-on problem.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too, is because the game has console, like, consoles can't install add-ons.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they have to make sure, like, everything makes enough sense and is clear, although sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not, but, like, a lot of the mechanics in the game you'll see too, just kind of like, okay, you've seen how this mechanic works, now see how it works when we tweak it just a wee bit, right?
Yep.
Actually, this is why I kind of miss WildStar, because everything was always super clear in WildStar. You know exactly what killed you when it killed you, and why. There was just sometimes nothing you could do about it. It was an insane game. I don't think they'll ever make another MMO as hard as WildStar was.
No, unfortunately WildStar was, as fun as it was with how hardcore it was, it's not, that kind of level of hardcore is not sustainable for a game these days.
No, and it's kind of sad because I think what really let the game down wasn't, you know, necessarily the people who didn't know what they were doing, but the people who did but weren't interested in teaming. I ran a training guild in WildStar. It was basically my job to take people who were new and teach them how to do shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it was I guess what you'd call like a 50, 60, 70 dungeon. But in WildStar, veteran dungeons were not easy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there were mechanics in those that are like Savage Raid level bullshit. There was there's a veteran dungeon called Skullcano. This veteran Skullcano. And there was a boss at the end of it called Mordecai Red Moon. And he is one of the nastiest people, like bosses I've ever seen in just a regular dungeon. There is a part of this fight where they have, he disappears, and he turns on these 4 giant lasers that chase you at your sprint speed. So you have to basically turn on your sprint, which is a meter that eventually runs out.
Mm-hmm.
You start sprinting and you start running away. You're basically fighting him on a giant donut of an arena. From the middle, they start throwing out these things that land in puddles. If you hit a puddle, you slow down. If you slow down, you're almost certainly going to be hit by one of these lasers from behind. If the laser hits you, it kills you. So you're dodging all of these things, jumping over them if you can, while you run away from these lasers. Then he turns on a second set of lasers, coming the other direction, but they're low, so you have to jump over them. They never stop for the entire rest of the fight. You spend the entire rest of the fight waiting, keeping an eye out, because these lasers keep coming around every few seconds, and everybody has to jump over them. If you don't jump over them, they basically clock you for like 3/4 of your health and damn near kill you. And you have to do that at the same time. It's a dungeon boss that does this shit.
That's insane.
It was great, but it takes a while to teach. Like, you can't just teach that mechanic. You have to teach people, like, this is how you dive and run and jump. And so I took a group in there of people who were relatively new, and we wiped on that one boss for like 3 hours.
Jesus.
So we got it clear. Like,
Oh man.
imagine people wiping for 3 hours trying to run Diablos.
Yeah.
Hey man, that boss used to be hard back in the day.
Like,
Not 3 hours wiping hard, but he was relatively
Yeah.
difficult.
yeah, and the thing was, it's like, I was the kind of guy that game was made for, but I understood that there were going to be a lot of people who, you know, they didn't know how to deal with that kind of shit. And that someone's going to have to be patient and teach them how to run that stuff, and then, you know, finally, when people were good enough, we could, you know, do bigger stuff.
1, 2,
Yep.
But just
3.
the way it was set up, there was like a medal system. And to get a gold medal in a dungeon, you had to do basically there were 4 bosses, like what I just told you. About that hard. They were all pretty brutal. And there was trash pulls in between. They also had these sort of side quest things that you could do. The dungeons weren't always the same when you ran them. Sometimes you'd be going up and you'd be sent up, you know, the fire pits, or sometimes you'd be sent up and it would direct you through, like the bone pits. And as you go, there would be like a set of extra objectives that you need to do that make it harder. And the way that it worked is, to get a gold medal, you needed to do all of the side objectives. You had to kill a certain amount of enemies. You had to not die at all. And you had to complete the dungeon in a
What are you doing,
certain
kitten?
amount of time. And if you didn't get gold, you didn't get the best gear. Which is what people were trying to get together so that they could do the raids.
Back,
To attune for the raids, you needed a gold
move,
medal in all the dungeons anyway.
look away.
So essentially what would
Earth.
happen is,
Fire.
you know,
That's easy.
people would jump into their first veteran dungeon, start running it, somebody would, obviously this being their first run, die, and whatever veteran was in their group would immediately drop the dungeon, like quit. Because it wasn't going to be a gold medal run anymore, why bother?
Aw, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's why we can't have nice things.
I hate people like that.
That's pretty much why we can't have a game like WildStar. It's not that I don't think people couldn't learn how to, you know, perform at that level. It's just, I don't think that we have enough cooperation to make that work.
Like, it's one of those games that would work really well, of course, in, like, Japan, where they have a lot more cooperation, right? Versus, like, America, where it's all about me, it's all about my gear, it's all about my DPS.
Wait, is WildStar still around, or was it shut down?
Gone.
Oh, it's gone. Okay.
You have to understand. I think the game would still be around today, except that Carbine, the company that was making it, was bought by NCSoft.
Ugh, fucking NCSoft.
NCSoft is
Awful.
the bane of MMORPGs. And, like, I was wary about them considering their reputation, but I was like, whatever, this game's actually really, really good. So I played it. And about a year after I started playing it, maybe 2 years, because we did 2 Thade Fests, they decided to send the game free to play. As soon as I heard they were doing that, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore, because
Yep.
as soon as NCSoft sends something free to play, your content drops off a fucking cliff. Because they don't make money off of it anymore.
Yeah, it's a shame because, like, I played a lot of Lineage 2, right? And Lineage 2 was actually, like, a really fucking amazing game if you loved PvP. And it was sad because, you know, the game went free to play. And when it initially went free to play, it wasn't so bad. But, like, fucking... once they went free to play, like, they really started relying on their cash shop, and then it became, like, Omega pay to win, and if you didn't have, like, deep fucking, like, oil prince money, like, you weren't gonna be at the top anymore, and, like, it was really sad, and it was really sad to watch that game decline into oblivion.
Yeah, and the problem was that WildStar was a game that you didn't play.
Oh, I got excited. It was a fucking plate of light. Son of a bitch.
But for the most part, you just did not fucking touch that game unless you were into harder content. And WildStar lived or died on the actual gameplay. And once
Gotcha.
NCSoft wasn't making money off that gameplay, they stopped developing so much of that gameplay. And once they stopped doing that, people started leaving. Like in droves. It was bad.
Yep.
Like, you cannot send this game free to play because this game is not going to survive on cosmetics. It's not Star Wars. In Star Wars, you can sell every piece of trivia and errata that's in the Star Wars universe in Star Wars Online. That works. You know? Even stuff that's built on anime, you can make that work. Because people will pay money for anime shit. They're not gonna pay shit for WildStar's art style. It was like Dan Bluth comics. But I did love it. It's actually where I ran into Karsh.
WildStar?
Yep.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Karsh is, his damage isn't great in this game, but in WildStar, it was like Final Fantasy taken to the extreme. Like, there were only, I think, 8 moves on your hotbar, but they were throwing so much shit at you, like, that you had to deal with. It was insane. And Karsh was really good at that. I think what's giving him trouble in Final Fantasy has to be just the complexity of the rotations. Because I think we were doing an adventure, and he ended up basically soloing a boss on his spell slinger, who was DPS spec at the time, which was an incredible thing to watch.
Damn, that's crazy. Real quick, Avi, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How many Fire 4s can you get away with if you're in Astral Phase?
Depends on how much spell speed you have.
How much do you try to aim for?
So ideally, when you, it should be 7 if you do not mana font, right? So when you switch into, actually, because you don't have despair, I think you can fit an 8. But then you might have like weird like mana switching problems. But once you get despair, then it's 7. So you would initially do 4 when you switch, and then do your fire 1, and then 3, and then by then, you would do your despair, or you'd switch into Blizzard 3.
3, 4. Yeah, I can barely do 4.
Yeah, so
I think that might be because of my level and my spell speed. But
most likely
still.
it's going to be your spell speed is the big one. If you can barely do 4, ideally what you should do is you should do 3 sharp cast, fire 1, 3 your fire 3 proc, and then your last one, right? So that should almost always guarantee that you're never going to drop your astral fire. Oh my god, what the fuck? Sorry. People are dropping puddles everywhere!
Oh god.
Yeah, since your spell speed's variable right now and you don't know, I would say that once you hit 5 seconds or below, that's when you need to throw fire 1.
Like I want to plan it to where I'm already casting that fire 1 if it's 5 seconds.
No, if you're at, 6 or 7 seconds, you're usually okay to throw a fire 4. If you're below,
Okay.
if you're at 5 seconds or below, that's the point where I would throw a fire 1.
Yeah, once
Okay.
you have more spell speed, it'll be 3 seconds. But yeah.
Well, also that'll give you time to sort of process. It gives you a limit. If black mages are the kings of cutting it close.
Bro, I can't tell you how many times I've literally escaped like some sort of AoE by like the skin of my teeth. I've definitely had like my Vera ears buzzed. I've gotten a haircut. Like it's a little scary sometimes.
Oh man.
So just because like when you get really good at slide casting, and like when you have a really deep understanding of like how fights work and whatnot, like Seed of Sacrifice, for instance, is actually a good one. Like if everything lines up right, I can get away with some real cheeky shit like before he does fire and also before he does ice, right? Like usually like I can get a cast off like as the cast bar for fire finishes, so like the buff applies after the skill goes off. And then what I can do sometimes is I can slide cast right at the very end of the cast to like move for the ice. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I die a lot on my black mage actually. I die a lot more than I do my red mage just because like it's a greedy class. And you want to do greedy things.
Yep.
But yeah, for safety right now, if you're at 5 seconds or below, throw a fire 1 to reset.
Yeah, ideally, like as you get more comfortable with the class, it'll be one of those things where you'll start figuring out where to judge your cast. If you know there's like movement coming up, like don't be afraid to refresh your fire 1 early, especially if you have a sharp cast proc.
This is why I play melee. You know what? If you're not in melee range, you just wait until the time is that you're supposed to get there, and you use whatever charge or jump button gets you there. And then you do your melee.
Right.
shit. And it's like, oh, what about, positionals? Positionals are easy. I don't know why, like, some people complain about positionals. They're like,
The one job that has positionals that are like, oh, my positionals would be Monk. Monk has the most positionals out of all the melee. So, but they also have fucking LOL, Riddle of Earth, I don't have to worry about positionals for 30 seconds because I'm a cheeky fuck. Like,
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, positionals are a part of every melee job, though, and they're usually worth a decent amount of DPS.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I mean,
my
from what
Dragoon
I've
needs them. Like
from what I've seen about Dragoon, though, it's not nearly as bad as Monk.
yeah,
No, it
Dragoon
is.
only has like the 2 positionals these days. It used to be like a lot worse when like you would go to apply your buff and your buff wouldn't apply because you weren't on the flank, and then you just be like,
shit.
"Where's my buff?"
Yeah, these days it's
They've
still a
eased
major
up on
part
it a
of
little
the
bit.
You need to be behind for one of your the ends of one of your combos, your DPS combo, the Chaos Thrust one. You need to be behind the boss for it. It's actually a relatively severe DPS loss if you don't. The big thing though is Fang and Claw and Wheeling Thrust. Those come in at random, so you don't know which one you're going to get first. And one of them has to be thrown from behind, one of them has to be thrown from the flank. And not only is their DPS important, if you don't do the last one correctly, your True Thrust doesn't become Rising Thrust, which is even more damage that you're missing.
I thought they changed it so the one combo will always be like Wheeling Thrust, and the other combo will always be Fang and Claw. It's not random anymore.
I was pretty sure it was still random because I seem to get it random.
I'll have to double check. I'm not super sure, to be honest.
But I mean, it's not really all that hard because
Yeah.
It'll automatically turn on the one that you need. You know it's coming. You're usually sitting on the diagonal waiting. But throwing a positional is not hard because if you look at the hitbox, you know where the rear is, and you know what the flank is.
Right.
So it sounds harder than it is. It's really not that bad. Monks have to do it a lot, but then again, that's part of their rotation.
Yeah. Monks are like, I'm gonna hit from the back, and then the flank, and then the back, and then the back again, and then flank, flank, back, flank, flank, back. Like, that's literally like their rotation.
Yeah.
Ninja, I think, does, you want to do trick attack.
Yeah, trick attack is the only one you have to worry about on the back.
Aeolian has to go from the back. Armor Crush comes from the flank. But it's a relatively decent DPS increase if you do your positionals. But I'm pretty sure that one is that Ninja uses Trick Attack from the back, Armor Crush from the flank, Aeolian Edge from the back.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Samurai is weirder because, like, it's actually a much bigger part of their rotation than I thought it was because I didn't think that,
You didn't think that your Kenki gains were all that important?
well, at one point I was like, well, where the hell are the positionals?
Yeah.
I didn't know where the positionals were, and then it's like, oh shit, I need the fucking Kenki. It's filling my Kenki gauge.
Mm-hmm. People are like, they're really surprised, like, how much of a difference that makes in the Samurai rotation, and I'm like, you fucking what, mate? Like... you know, like, now don't get me wrong, I love Mana Ward and I love Black Mage, but what I really miss, actually, was back in the day, Mana Ward used to be split. You used to have a physical one, and you used to have a magic one. And there are definitely times where I'm like, man, Mana Ward has too long of a cooldown. You used to have a lot more, like, you kind of used to have a little bit more party utility than you do now, too. Like, you used to have a Pocket to Stasis, which I loved using APOC, but I'm sad that they got rid of it, but whatever. And then they got rid of Mana Shift, which was amazing if you were on a Black Mage, because you were just a mana battery for your healers then, whenever it was off cooldown. Makes me sad.
Yeah, and then they decided to just... I think it might have happened because they didn't know what the fuck to do with machinists. They eventually were like, alright, there's gonna be 3 throughput jobs. 1 melee,
If only Machinist was actually a throughput job, though. Machinist needs a buff so bad. Oh, they need a buff so bad. Ooh, the axe.
I
Did
thought they
have
were
the
really
axe?
good though.
They are
They-
good, but they should be better.
The problem is
Hmm.
that playing a machinist well is probably one of the hardest things in the game.
So, like,
Oh, God.
Machinist is to physical range what Black Mage is to casters, right? Like, it's supposed to be like your greedy DPS that has this really high throughput because you don't offer that much stuff to your party, right? And like, because Machinist is this physical range DPS that doesn't have to worry about downtime because they can fucking shoot and move, they're like, alright, well, I guess you can be maybe middle of the pack because you have Tactician, I guess. It's like, okay.
But they're probably the hardest of the throughput jobs to squeeze performance out of. Because the way that all their shit sets up, almost everything is an instant cast.
Yeah, you essentially just have to, like, figure out how to roll your face across your keyboard in, like, the proper order.
It is such a fucking mess. It's like
I
literally
love
there's-
new Machinists. I won't lie. I think it's a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, but it's so hard to get like the maximum DPS out of it because it's like you start suddenly going into overheat and then you're like this button, this button, this button, this button, this button.
Yeah, it's one of those jobs where, like, you have to make sure that the buttons that you're going to be spamming are very accessible, and if it's not on, like, an accessible hotkey, then it's like, oh, well, I guess I'm fucked. LOL.
Oh my god.
Yeah, not only that, you have to know the order that they come up in because they don't always come back in the right order, and you can't top off a gauge, otherwise you'll lose DPS. But you also need to be you'll turn on your robot and start running the rest of your rotation, which might be fucking anywhere. So you don't know where you're at, but you need to be able to keep that timer going in your head because once your robot runs out of turret time, you're supposed to overheat the damn thing so that you get, extra damage out of it.
Are you talking about, like, the big hit that Queen does at the very end?
I was talking about the turret, but
Okay, because, like, the overdrive thing, like, the Queen and the turret will automatically do that at the end of their battery gauge. The only reason you would want to, like, use the whatever the fuck that skill's called early is if there's going to be a boss transition, but they'll always do, like, their big hit before they go away.
oh shit, I didn't know that they did that.
Yes. Yeah, the overdrive. That's what it's called.
Has it
Yeah, so
always
it's-
been like that? I was under the impression that you had to hit it.
So a lot of people were until like when Machinist first, or I should say when Shadowbringers first came out. But then like people realized like, oh wait, no, Queen does actually do her shit like by herself. So same with Rook, because I thought the same too. And then I talked to my friend, Static member, who plays Machinist, and he's like, no, they always do it at the end. I was like, oh, that's cool, okay. So it takes a little bit of that pressure off.
Yeah. But oh my god, like, you have to keep a fucking multiple end clock running in your head for all of the shit that's going on. And you gotta know, like, alright, I'm about to go into overheat, and I'm gonna start generating, like, all of these things. I need to make sure that I've got, you don't
Excuse
wanna
me.
have, like, your cooldowns completely flush. There are these 2 cooldowns that I can't see because I'm not sitting looking at the thing, but the instant cast ones that you get 2 charges of, that your overheat ends up resetting. What was it? I'm actually gonna have to turn on my machinist so I can look.
It's the single target OGCD.
Yeah, you hypercharge. That overheats your weapon, and then you start throwing Heat Blast. Heat Blast reduces the recast time of your Gauss round and your Ricochet by 15 seconds. They're only a 30-second charge time. They have 3 charges apiece. So you have to make sure that you've got those clocks running already. So you spend your shit, and then you pop that, and you start firing it, and then you start using both of the cooldowns.
Yeah, and you just roll your fingers across the keyboard.
So it's like, in my case, it's like 8, 4, 8, 6, 8, 4, 8, 6, 8, 4, 8, 6. It's like that quick.
Yeah, I think on my machinist, it's like F2, F3, F4.
You've also got, you know, I've got Drill that's on a 19.6 second recast. I've got Air Anchor that's on a 39.2 second recast. And Wildfire's on 120 seconds. You've got to put that up usually before you go into a Heat Blast. But that's based on your heat gauge, because you need 50 heat gauge to make that happen. And you also have a battery gauge, and the battery gauge that turns on your queen or your, you know, rook, whichever one you're using at that particular time. Like, it's funny because it doesn't have a lot of. I don't think it's got an awful lot of skills. Like, I've got a whole lot of holes on my hotbars because it doesn't take a lot of skills. But there's just so much going on at all times that to get the most out of it, you've got to just be, you know, lining shit up left and right. And most people can't do that, you know? Of the 3 throughput jobs, I think Sam's probably the easiest.
Agreed. Well, yes, but no. In terms of rotation, I would say Black Mage is actually the easiest, but obviously, like, Black Mage has a lot of nuance to it. Samurai is hard because of their, like, fucking rotation drift. That shit is, like, dumb if you want to have maximum DPS. But, like, technically speaking, like, on paper, Black Mage should have, like, the easiest rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's long, but everything moves in, you know, relatively predictable paths, you know? Samurai threw me a little bit when I got the Kinky gauge, because I don't manage that quite as well, and there's, like, certain times you need to have Kinky for certain abilities, so you're using them on cooldown. I don't know, it's a pretty strict rotation, I've heard, but...
Yeah, and that's the thing, is, like, it's a strict rotation, and then you have, like, the rotation drift on top of it, because, like, if you don't do the rotation drift, then you end up capping out on Kenki, or before, like, your Sen thing is up, or whatever. It's dumb. I shouldn't say it's dumb, but, like, it's funky.
As melee goes, I actually think Monk is probably the easiest. I mean, you have to deal with positionals, but you've got the 6 basic skills that make up, you know, the bulk of everything you do by level, like, 50?
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those weird things where, like, I would actually argue and say that Dragoon is the easiest, but I know... Oh, fuck. God damn it. Me.
Same.
Because Monk has a lot of, like, weird... Oh, I'm so gonna die again, son of a bitch. Oh, maybe not. Monk has, like, a lot of randomness to its rotation, right? In regards to, like, when you're going to use your 5 chakra, forbidden chakra shenanigans. And then, of course, like, you have to, your Grease Lightning, it has the shortest timer of all the buffs, actually. It's like, I think it's 13 seconds now? I think it's a little bit longer now.
Now, Grease Lightning, keeping that up has always been the hardest part of being a monk if you've
Yep.
ever got downtime. But otherwise, like, their rotation isn't super weird. Like, they get, like, you just kind of keep an eye out on the Forbidden Chakra. It'll eventually shift over and you hit it.
It's the weirder part of it is just once you get the 6-button rotation down, everything else fits between it. Because
Mhm.
the rotation's moving so fast, there's not an awful lot more they can put into it.
Yeah, and it's also like weird, like when do you use a Notman, when do you not use it, depending on if you need to get a tick, and like praying to God server ticks don't fuck you over.
But for the most part, it's like playing Monk is a lot like playing Black Mage in that you just have to find a rhythm in your head and
Mhm.
just keep going. Because with Dragoon, I can kind of, you have to be able to look down and see where you're at. With Monk, you don't have time. You have to know, like, alright, my Demolish dot is about to fall off. I've got to make sure that I'm in the back for the next move. When you're moving it, like, 4 stacks of Grease Lightning.
Yeah, and Monk is also a little bit weird too because like their rotation. Hang on, their rotation varies obviously because like you have your Twin Strikes buff, and then you have your Demolished, correct? And then the thing is like those don't line up very nice. Oh, there's a Quipper! Quipper! Gimme! Oh, fuck me! God damn it! Son of a bitch!
What, did you think you were actually gonna win it before you got your 99 totems?
Sometimes I get lucky. I've never had to buy a mount. I will say that. I've gotten very, very close, but I've never had to buy a mount. Because I'm too stubborn for my own good, and I just fucking do. Came very close to having to buy Sophia, Lakshmi, and Susano, but fortunately I've yet to buy a mount.
I actually think Monk has probably the easiest rotation out of all the melee. I'm not the best Monk in the world, but it's relatively straightforward. But to keep it up, you have to have your head in the game. I don't think it's a game that you could, or I don't think Monk is really a class you can just like veg out on.
No,
You have
it's
to be
not.
basically running at the back of your head, not because it's hard, but because it's fast.
I feel like I can zone the hell out when I'm summoner. Not a lot of people can, but I guess I'm just so familiar with the class that I don't know. It's just like
Brandis does the
second
same
nature
thing.
to me.
I mean, I could say the same for Black Mage. Like, I know, like, hey, here's my 4 Fire 4s, there's my Fire 1, there's my 3 Fire 4s, Despair, Blizzard 3, Clap, like...
Yep.
It's just, as you get more comfortable with the job, and, like, and you have a lot of people, like, obviously, like, the people who probably main Monk, they could probably fucking do that shit with their eyes closed. It's just a matter of getting comfortable with the job.
Yeah, it's just, I think at that point, to do it right, you have to be at that point on Monk, because, where I'm on my Warrior,
My
pretty much
so boo-boo,
everything I
baby.
do, I can at least look somewhere and make a split-second decision. I don't think you have that much time on a Monk. Like, you don't have time to look and be like, oh, I have this much time left on my Demolished dot, I need to move back behind. You basically need to know that that's coming.
And yet you think it's the easiest melee because of that?
Yeah. Considering that they don't have to deal with some of the other bullshit. Like, one of the things that fucks me up on Dragoon all the time is where you fit Geir Skogul in. Because Geir Skogul likes to continue on its cooldown before Dragon Song Dive finishes. So if you don't have those, you usually try to space them out a little bit so that you have some kind of lead time. But say a mechanic comes up right in the middle of it, those two things just keep getting farther and farther away until finally you're throwing a Geir Skogul and then you throw Dragon Song Dive and you're like, Oh shit, I gotta wait like 25 seconds before I can actually use my Life of the Dragon. So there comes a time where you have to stop and let your Geir Skogul repass your Dragon Song. Or, you know, you're waiting forever for the damn thing. Really the rest of it is relative. It's just managing where your buffs all show up. That can be a pain in the ass. Also, when you're like me and you play with Boogie, he's like, I want Dragon Sight on like 4 GCs in. You're like, okay.
Well, shit.
Like, I wouldn't say it's super complicated. I actually have a harder time on all the casters than I do on Dragoon.
I wanted to get off about like 20 minutes ago, but I got into a really good Fate group that was chaining over in the Fringes, and I'm almost level 61 now.
Nice.
They give really good experience when you have a few people doing it.
Yeah, actually.
When you're soloing it, I don't think it's worth it. But when you get a group, oh yeah.
Depends on how scaled the fates are, but yeah.
Alright, well, I'm gonna head out for the night, so.
Have a good night.
Later. I'll catch y'all in.
Later.
That's not good.
I'm definitely feeling more comfortable with Black Mage.
Mm-hmm.
The more
yeah,
because
I know like the other day you were like, I should have just boosted it. I was like, no, don't do that.
Well, no, it's like when I'm doing these fates, it really helps. Palace of the Dead didn't do shit for me.
Palace of the Dead, unfortunately, like it's a great way to level your job, but it is not a great teacher of your job at all. Especially on Black Mage, where you have no way to really like maintain your, not so much your Enochian, but your Umbral Heart stacks, because that you get later. And like a lot of stuff in POTD, especially if you have like a really good group, it's gonna die before you really even get into like your big Fire 4 phases, right? And then it's just sad.
Yep.
Sad, and you feel like a little potato.
I actually have Umbral Hearts. It's really good.
Yeah, well, you get Umbral Hearts with Blizzard 4, but the thing is, later on you get a spell called Umbral Soul at 76, and that lets you maintain your Umbral Ice, along with giving you your Umbral Hearts, plus stacking up your Umbral Ice. So, like, if you were to transpose from Fire into Ice right now, you're only going to get that one stack, right? Whereas a high-level Black Mage, when you transpose into, like, if you need to transpose for whatever reason, say it's like a boss transition or something or other, you just spam Umbral Soul, and you get your 3 stacks of both Umbral Ice and Umbral Hearts, and then as soon as the boss comes back, you can immediately transition back into Fire.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
It like, literally, I remember, like, and like my boyfriend can attest to this too, like when I was leveling my Black Mage, the Shadowbringers, and we hit 76 and I got that skill, I was just like, oh my god, this skill is the best quality of life skill in the game. Like, yeah. It was like, it was really nice. And like for these, like, you know, because obviously like Seed of Sacrifice has a couple like phase, or not phase changes so much, but like where you can't target the boss for a little bit of time, and then like you have to wait for the ads to spawn and whatever, blah blah blah. Like you would just transpose, and then while you're waiting for the ad to spawn, you just, you know, Umbral Soul your way back up to victory.
Yep.
What is going on? Oh, this is bad. Something tells me the tank didn't have tank stance on. No, he did not. Oh, good. I was like, why is the ad following the samurai? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, Black Mage has come a long way for sure. And like once you get into it and like you have like the nuance of the class, it's a very fun job to play. It is arguably the best class to play in dungeons just because your AoE kit's so good, your single target kit's so fucking good.
Yep.
And like all of Black Mage's skills complement each other because of course like if you're doing an AoE rotation, you have Flare and Foul. If you're doing a single target rotation, you have Xenoglossy and Despair, and like you have, you know, Thunder 3 versus Thunder 4, and it just everything feels so nice.
God damn it, why does my Chocobo suck?
Because your Chocobo needs levels and love.
Stupid thing can't even keep me alive, much less itself.
Yeah, I think my Chocobo, it struggled to give... Oh, God. Little Bard, what are you doing? Sorry. I'm going to say my Chocobo, I think it wasn't until it was like 6 or 7 levels into the healer tree that it like really started becoming an effective healer.
Mm-hmm.
So... But I have a rank 20 Chocobo now, so it has everything maxed out, and it just does Chocobo things.
Yeah, mine's at level 7 healer.
Mm-hmm.
But still, when I'm taking like maybe 3 guys, it struggles and it gets aggro and it dies real quick.
Do you have it in just free stance, or do you put it like actually in healer stance?
I put it in healer stance because
You
that
do?
motherfucker doesn't heal me.
Because yeah, in healer stance, it should just spam Choco Cure if you have it, and it should be strong enough to keep itself alive, unless you're like tanking like a bunch of mobs for some reason. North.
I don't know. Is there like gear for it?
No.
No. Could just be heavy damage. Because I know that when you first get into the zone for the next expansion,
yeah, if
geared
you
out
don't
from the previous expansion stuff, there's a little bit of a curve there.
Yeah, like if you don't have like the Shire gear and stuff, like it's a little bit of a I don't want to say it's necessarily a steep curve, but things are gonna hit you a little bit harder. And you're a caster, which means you're already squishy as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, can I do some cheeky slide casting shit? Yes, I can. Feels good.
Isn't it great taking advantage of a server tick?
I love it. Like, there was definitely a point in time where, and it was funny actually, like playing WoW, because I play back when Legion came out, I actually like went psychotic for some reason, and I decided that I was going to raid both in Final Fantasy and WoW at the same time, so I was literally raiding 6 days a week. And I remember I was like, I'm going to play a Fire Mage! Like, in Legion, not only because Fellow Malorn was an awesome artifact, but like, because I've been playing my Black Mage, I was like really into casters at the time, and my Fire Mage was actually pretty baller. I really enjoyed playing it. But it was just like one of those things where like I went from being this person who only played like archers, like I was one of those girls who mained, you know, a Night Elf Hunter because I could for fucking so many goddamn years of my life. And then they ruined Hunters and Legion, at least Marksman anyway. I was not happy with Hunters and Legion. I started
they're
off...
still not good.
No, I don't want to talk about it. And when I started playing Final Fantasy, I started off as an archer and played Bard, and then I was like, some of these other jobs are really fun, and like one of the lovely things that I absolutely love about Final Fantasy is, of course, being able to be everything on one class, right? Or I'm sorry, one character. So like, you know, and back in the day, there's lots of back in the day stories tonight apparently. You needed to have, like there was this weird like trifecta to a job. You would have like the main class, so like an archer for instance. Actually, we're gonna go with black mage because black mage is the one I remember the most. So you would start off with a black mage, or a thaumaturge actually, and in order to become a black mage, you had to have archer to level 15. And then on top of that, if you wanted all of your cross-class skills, you needed an arcanist as well, right? So like you would have the game almost forced you to try out all of the classes if you wanted to be optimal at your job.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah. So, and like it was nice because it gave you like a little bit taste of like all the other jobs you could play. And I remember I played Marauder for some reason. I don't remember why. I was like, I'm gonna go pick up this fucking tank class because I'm like, I tanked in WoW, but I was never one of those like, I'm gonna be like a tank main, right? Like, and then I started playing Marauder, and I was like, this class is actually really fun. And then after that, I was like, okay, yeah, like Warrior's really cool. Like you have like Inner Beast, and you have all this fun stuff. That's an out. And like it was like a fun job to play. And then I was like, cool, I'm gonna main Warrior, which was flabbergasting to me at the time, because like I liked Paladin, and I really liked Warrior back when Ignore Pain was broken as fuck in WoW. But like tanking in WoW was always boring to me. I never really like it wasn't engaging enough, right? Because I mean, you just kind of like you're just a meat shield, right? Whatever. But like,
and I feel that in WoW, tanks had way more responsibility than they do in this game.
Yes and no. I would say the responsibility is actually about the same. I think it's a lot easier to wipe in WoW as a tank. Like, if you, like, overextend, oh, fuck. Oops. Whereas, like, you can kind of get away with some dumb shit in Final Fantasy, right? Like, wall-to-wall pulls, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like, you could do that on a tank in WoW if you're really geared. But, oh, man, I'll never forget fucking wall-to-wall pulls. Back when Wanderer's Palace Hard was one of the dungeons with Expert Roulette. I had a friend who played White Mage at the time, or he played White Mage or Scholar, and you could do like some really fun things because they had they had a skill called like Eye for an Eye and stuff, and like Scholar was really fun because like just the shield heals. And back then, wall-to-wall pulls weren't. I wouldn't necessarily say they weren't the norm, but like you wouldn't overextend quite as much, right? And there was this one pull you could do at Wanderer's Palace Hard that was literally like just like 4 corridors of mobs, and like it was scary if you weren't a very good like tank, like, and you didn't have a good healer, like it was scary, like you were gonna fucking probably die. And I remember doing these pulls. And, like, I felt so accomplished because I could do these pulls and not die. And back then, Warrior was pretty good. But, like, Paladin was overpowered as fuck because Hallowed Ground is OP. And still is to this day, actually. But, I don't remember what he did first. Oh, no. I think it's fire. I hope it's fire. It's fire. We're good.
Alright. Well, yeah, I'm actually gonna head to bed. I finally hit 61.
Congrats.
That was interesting. I didn't think I'd do that fate grinding for half an hour.
It's definitely not bad, especially if people are still doing some of the yokai stuff, which I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
Well, you have a good night. Sorry for talking your ear off.
Oh no, it's cool. Alright, later.
Beamy, shush. I can't have all these men fawning over me. I have a boyfriend. Another Gwibber! Another one! Alright, come on. Give me them lucky rolls. That sucks. That was not a lucky roll. I got them ninja rolls tonight. Woo! What did that person win that Gwibber with? A 68, 63. I keep trying to eat these fries, and this is not gonna happen. Excuse me. I am the slide casting PogChamp Beamy. When it comes to ice, when I remember it's ice. Is it gonna be north? It's totally gonna be north. Yum. Let's see, that was in ice. Yeah, fire. That was 109k Xenoglassy. Tasty. Doesn't feel like I've killed this boss 12 times, but I guess I have. Alright. I would much rather take farming bosses over farming expert crafts. Ooh. Please be an easy one. It's an easy one. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, then. I'll be 3. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, so earth, move, stack, look away, and fire's at the very end. We're wiggling, and we're wiggling, and we're stacking. We're looking away, and we're not moving. Ninja with a staff. Woo! Yikes! That was scary. I'll be right back. I'm back. Don't look so grumpy, Purple Kitty. She is so grumpy. She's a little grumpy old lady. That's a good night. We've seen 2 glimmers. Almost back to back. Hopefully we'll see more. That's rude. That's funny. Fucking, I love Twitter for shit like this. Red kitty. excuse me. There's a fucking tryhard in my group. I saw that pot. Hot on the Bard. Interesting. Wow, that warrior hit 21k in his opener. That's disgusting. Oh, that's so disgusting. What the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck? That is sick nasty. Nice. Probably north? Probably north. got a lot of people potting in here. What is this madness? Move stack for fire. Ooh, it's on me. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Too much running. Oh, that's an earthquake. Ooh, it's a bigger. Oh, it's a really big earthquake. Beamy, help! That's just what California needs right now. Earthquakes and fire. Woo! Little bit. You okay, Purple Kitty? Fine. Alright, let's see. La 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 la. I can't spell California apparently. Earthquake. Earthquake. Let's see. Come on, USGS load. You missed it, Beamy. It was a pretty good rumbler. Oh, interesting. It was like 2 earthquakes on top of each other. Or it was an aftershock. So there was a 4.6 west of South El Monte. And I don't know why I'm fire 3ing because I'm retarded. And then there was a 3.3 slightly north of Julian. Interesting. Interdasting. That's Earth. It was Earth. Fairly certain it was Earth. Oh wait, they just got rid of the Julian one, so it must have been a 4.6 just in El Monte. Oh, it woke Sabin up. Aww. Oh. Ice stack. Earth. Fire. Look away. Ooh, excuse me. Crap. I didn't see what he imbued the saber with. No! No! Kill it! Kill it! Oh my god. That was like a sub 1% wipe. Oh no! Oh, that feels bad because people didn't want to do meteors. Hello, 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 hello. Alrighty, friends, I'm gonna turn off the stream, and I think I'm gonna call it there for tonight because it is now after midnight. So we will see you all later.